welcome you to this program. We have not begun. I'm instructed to announce because some persons are already looking for convenience to help themselves. So in case you feel pressed, we have just one spot of convenience, and it is at the entrance into these premises. Please do well, take care of yourself there. I'll come back to the microphone once we are settled on what we are arranging together and the program will begin. Thank you very much.
You oxy with the vibe.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my... I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. Under the water, yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no. over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying to play it out. But I was born with 2 left feet and 1 foot in my mouth. If the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Oh, so here goes nothing. I hope it turns into something. I'm standing on this high dive, just about to jump in, and that smile's like a lighthouse guiding me ashore. I've been stalling here long enough, I can't wait anymore. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight is the night. Tonight is my night. Tonight is the night. Oh, tonight is my night. Yes, it is tonight. So now come on, tonight dance with me tonight. Tonight till dawn, my night on the sea night. I'm ready to roll. Tonight is my night. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. Since a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. So now come on, tonight dance with me tonight. Tonight till dawn, my night on the sea night. So now come on, tonight dance with me tonight. Tonight till dawn, my night. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me.
Continue to enjoy safe environment, and a healthy life. This year, the theme chosen by the international community is ecosystem restoration. And NDDC, in their customary way, had planned programs. There had been novelty football matches, there had been tree planting, and today is an indoor activity that has been organized. Please put your hands together for NDDC and the interim management committee that has continued to drive this process. I have a long list of personalities that are here today, and we will do well to acknowledge all of them. But consider yourself very important if you can hear the sound of a microphone, just in case your name is not mentioned and you don't have the opportunity to stand up to wave at the audience here. But know that we acknowledge you. We are happy that you're here to be part of this event for this year. Since I came, I walked through the gate, I walked through the doors, and nobody asked me to wear my face mask. I'd left my house in the morning, and I had to return because I forgot my face mask in the house, so I had to go back to pick it up. It's easy to buy on the road, but the copy I have was bought for this program specifically, so I didn't want to buy another one, so I had to go back. But I was surprised that as I walked in, aside the sanitizer that was sprayed on my palms, nobody asked me about face mask. So I have my face mask here, and because I was not asked, I want to put it in my pocket, so that I can feel comfortable to talk to us here. But if you're wearing your face mask, it's okay. It's the better thing to do, because COVID-19 is not a friend to any person, and it saves you that you are not infected and you don't have, also impact another person. But that said, right away, we'd like to acknowledge some persons that are here today. Please put your hands together. I had mentioned before that NDDC had put this together. The interim administrator, chief executive officer of NDDC is not here, but every person that has come from that organization do represent him. It is proper that we acknowledge him and be grateful that he has allowed this event to hold. The interim administrator of NDDC is Mr. Effiong Akwa. There are some who are watching us, who are joining us in this event online, and I guess he's also one of those who are joining us online to be part of this event. So please put your hands together for Mr. Effiong Akwa, the interim administrator, chief executive officer of NDDC. But for him, we won't be here. There are other directors that are here that I need to recognize. Please put your hands together. You do well to make them feel welcome. So you put your hands together for let's do welcome and do acknowledge Engineer Onoa Ebeka, is Director APC. Please put your hands together for him. Let's also acknowledge the presence of Engineer Ubong Abasi James. He's the SA Technical to Interim Administrator, CEO. Let's also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Keziah Obuzo, is the Director, Commercial and Industrial Development. Let's also do welcome Mr. Benson Udo Asubob, Director, Skill Development and Empowerment, NDDC. Let's also do welcome Ofiong Ephraim, Director, Youth and Sports, NDDC. When I call the name of the person, please support me. Put your hands together to make the person really feel welcome. Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge and recognize the presence of Princess Phil Oputa, Director, Education, NDDC. Let's also appreciate the presence of Mr. Anselm Agumo, Director, Information Technical, NDDC. We have invited some friends to be part of this program, some stakeholders that cannot but be here in this event. And we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Chairman House Committee on Environment, and the member representing Gokana State Constituency, Honorable Dumle Mao. Let's also acknowledge the presence of the member representing Ogba Igbe Maindoni Constituency 1 in the River State House of Assembly, Christian Ayakwo, PhD. We want to also acknowledge the presence of ICOMA FB, the Federal Controller, Federal Ministry of Environment, Port Harcourt Field Office. Let me return back to NDDC. Some directors are represented here, and we have Wale Oretan, AD, representing the Director of Fishery. We have Mrs. Inwakwe Chioma. She is representing the Director of Agriculture, NDDC. We have the Vice Chancellor of the River State University, represented here by the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor N.H. Ukwa Emma. We have some fathers in our midst, some traditional rulers that have been invited to this program. We'd like to recognize their presence here. And please do welcome His Royal Majesty, King Dr. Samuel Amechi, JP, KSA, Onyishiala Igbo Kingdom in Eche local government area. We also have Chief Clifford Allen, Obungeako, Chief Paramount Ruler of Obungeako Wokeno House of Okrika, that is also here. We also have His Royal Highness Eze Charles Mwala Onyeshiala Chokuchu from Eche local government area. As the program goes on, it's possible that we acknowledge some presence of personalities and we acknowledge them for being here. I'm going to be the MC, and indeed, I've started doing the MC work for this program as a master of ceremony, that is. And my name is Tamuno Barabi Ibulubo. For the next 2.5, 3 hours that this program shall run, I shall anchor the program, and I will require our cooperation. Having acknowledged the personalities that are here and those that have given us this platform to organize this event this year, I'd like for all of us to rise on our feet to formally start this program with prayers. I'd like for our Father, His Royal Majesty, King Dr. Samuel Amechi, to give the prayers.
In Jesus' name. Amen. Almighty and most merciful Father, God, we've come here to talk about the environment which we live in, how we can live in harmony with the plants, the animals, and the people in the world, so that what has lost, we can regain it. The environment that is lost, polluted, God, come and be the chairman of this occasion, so that the world will now have a rethink about the environment, the ecosystem, how it can be restored. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Before I invite Engineer Onowa Ebeka, Director, EPC, for the welcome address, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of Jacob Ayuba Francis, the Zonal Director, South-South, Nezra. Please put your hands together. I'd like to hand the microphone over to Engineer Onowa Obeka for the welcome address.
The Interim Administrator, Chief Executive Officer, Niger Delta Development Commission, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Rivers State University, the Chairman, House Committee on Environment, Rivers State House of Assembly, the Royal Fathers of the Day, the Directors of NDDC, heads of parastatals and organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. It is indeed with a heart full of joy that I welcome you to this year's unique World Environment Day. It is unique in the sense that this is coming 4 years after we had the last one in 2017. The World Environment Day is United Nations Environment Programs, United Nations Environment Programs initiative that began as far back as 1974. It is a day set aside to engage governments, businesses, organizations, and citizens in an effort to address pressing environmental issues. It is United Nations' principal vehicle for encouraging worldwide awareness and action for protection of our environment. The World Environment Day event has grown over the years to become a global platform for public outreach with participation from over 143 countries annually. Each year, the World Environment Day has a theme that major corporations, NGOs, communities, governments, and celebrities worldwide adopt to advocate environmental causes, ranging from wildlife conservation, marine pollution, global warming, air pollution, afforestation, biodiversity conservation. This year's 2021 World Environment Day theme is ecosystem restoration. For too long, we have been exploiting and destroying our planet's ecosystems. It is believed that every 3 seconds, the world loses enough forest to cover a football pitch. And over the last century, we have destroyed half of our wetlands. As much as 50% of our coral reefs have already been lost, and up to 90% of coral reefs could be lost by the year 2020, even if global warming is limited to an increase of 1.5 degrees centigrade. Coral reef is an underwater ecosystem characterized by reef-building corals. Reefs are formed of colonies of coral polyps held together by calcium carbonate. They are most commonly found at shallow depths in tropical waters, but deep water and cold water reefs exist in smaller scales in other areas. They provide an important ecosystem for life underwater. They give protection to coastal areas by reducing the force of waves hitting the coast, as well as provide crucial source of income for billions of people. I have tried to lay this foundation because I know that the Niger Delta form the coastline for our country. Now, what is ecosystem, you may ask? Ecosystem restoration simply means preventing, halting, and reversing the damage caused by environmental degradation, moving from exploiting nature to healing it. This year's World Environment Day kicked off the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, a global mission to revive billions of hectares from forests to farmlands, from the top of the mountains to the depths of the sea. Only with healthy ecosystems can we enhance people's livelihood, counter climate change, and stop the collapse of biodiversity. How do we perform ecosystem restoration? The practice of ecosystem restoration includes wide scope of projects that encompasses erosion control, reforestation, removal of non-mature species and weeds, revegetation of disturbed areas, daylight streams, reintroduction of native species as well as habitat, and range improvement for targeted species. Who is responsible for ecosystem restoration? The Society of Ecological Restoration defines ecological restoration as an intentional activity that initiates or accelerates the recovery of an ecosystem with respect to its health, integrity, and sustainability. To my mind, it must make a reasonable impact. If we must make a reasonable impact in halting the rapid loss and conserving the existing ecosystem, it requires collaborative effort between government institutions, corporate organizations, individuals, and communities. Massive education and awareness campaign is also required. A well-thought-out plan, such as that created by the UNDP through the Global Environment Facility for Restoration of Biodiversity in the Niger Delta. Let me also commend the federal government initiative on the Ogoni cleanup and all that. What is the rationale for ecosystem restoration? Most scientists agree that the current environmental degradation and destruction of so many of Earth's biota is considerable and is taking placed on a catastrophically short time scale. In fact, estimates of the current extinction rate are 1,000 to 10,000 times the normal rate. For many people, biological diversity has an intrinsic value. Humans have a responsibility towards other living things and obligations to future generations. Where do we begin ecosystem restoration? During the course of this event, we will have distinguished academics and HYPREP project coordinator speak to their papers on ecosystem restoration. I believe that at the end of the day, we will have better understanding of the remote and immediate causes of the distortion in our ecosystem, and also the immediate action required to advance the cause of restoration of the ecosystem. We as a commission, as NDDC, yesterday, we led a campaign for tree planting around our new office complex. We planted trees that we believe that will shelter the effect of waves and wind on those buildings and the environment, and also provide us shelter and the needed oxygen for maintaining our lives and well-being. We also went to the marine ecosystem to demonstrate how we can clean up the marine environment. So ecosystem restoration actually begins with you and I. Where do we begin? In conclusion, let me welcome you to pay attention to the technical paper presentations, discussions, and other activities that will happen in the course of this event. Feel free to visit the exhibition stands of innovative environmental products and inventions. The totality of the well-being of mankind, present and future, revolves around living in a clean environment. Therefore, let us join hands to preserve our environment in every way possible. This will include planning environmentally sustainable project implementation, engaging in afforestation projects such as greenfield, mangrove forest restoration, shoreline protection, and land reclamation, biodiversity conservation, stoppage of oil spills and glass flaring, regulating artisanal refinery activities as a means of curbing the black soot menace, clean water and sanitation, carbon sequestration to stem the tide of greenhouse gas.
That you come, please, and take the front row. The House Committee Chairman, Rivers State House of Assembly, please also join them. Take the front row. Directors, I plead with you to do that. In 2 minutes, would have been through with that. Please, let's take the front row. Also, the representative of Environmental Management Association of Nigeria also join them as they take the front row. Dr. Alazia, we are still waiting, sir. And other directors behind, please come and take the front row. I want to specially appreciate my brother Tamuno Iblubo, who stood in for us before we arrived. Thank you very much, Mr. Iblubo. God bless you. The front seats are still vacant. The ushers, please help us. With a round of applause, let's bring to the podium the representative of the ISCO, Engineer Obong Abiabasi, SA Technical to the IA, for the keynote address. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Obong Abia James. Let's keep clapping until he gets here. Let's applaud the IA as he comes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The Director EPC, Engineer Becker, and other directors of NDDC. The House member, Rivers State House of Assembly, the Chairman, House Committee on Environment, the representatives of the academia, our royal fathers, the special assistants to the IA, NDDC. Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. We are indeed grateful to be here today to mark this all-important event that affects the whole world and affects directly our existence as humans. Permit me to tender an apology on behalf of the interim administrator. He would have wanted so much to be personally present here because of the high premium he places on issues of environment. Urgent national assignment had to make him attend to it instead of being here, and he sends his apologies. We do hope all of us have accepted his apologies. The World Environmental Day was established in 1992 by the United Nations General Assembly, but the first World Environmental Day celebration was held in 1974 and is celebrated annually with the aim of taking positive steps to protect the environment from further pollution and to inspire people around the world in this direction. World Environmental Day, WED, is celebrated every year on the 5th of June. However, because of circumstances beyond our control, we have chosen to mark it today, understanding the global relevance of this event. The theme of this year's World Environmental Day is ecosystem restoration. Restoring the ecosystem can only happen when we take measures like planting of trees, green cities, cleaning up rivers and waterways, rewilding gardens, carrying out projects and other anthropogenic activities in an environmentally friendly manner. The ongoing pandemic has reminded mankind of the harm that can be inflicted on nature by reckless abuse of what we consume and how important it is to protect the environment. Ecosystem restoration can only mean assisting nature in recovering of ecosystems that have been degraded or destroyed, as well as conserving the ecosystem to maintain its natural integrity. Healthier ecosystems with richer biodiversity yield greater benefits, such as more fertile soils, bigger yields of timber, fish, and other varieties of flora, fauna, and larger stores of greenhouse gases. The degradation of the ecosystem has become a global phenomenon. It is expected that by the year 2050, 95% of the Earth's land will be degraded if nothing is done to restore the ecosystem. If we are to reverse this ecological crisis and restore the ecosystem for the future generation, we may begin now by bridging the gap between rhetorics and reality and turn pledges into immediate action. A restored ecosystem guarantees the following benefits: improves our ability to produce healthy and sustainable food supply chain, restoration of our emotional connection to nature, restoration of indigenous culture, knowledge, and livelihood of communities, improvements in human immune system and human health. It is therefore pertinent to note that the restoration of the ecosystem is intrinsically linked to the restoration of human health. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has so far caused 1 million deaths globally, is a poignant reminder of how ecosystem degeneration can contribute to the emergence and spread of novel pathogens. Thus, the need to protect and restore our ecosystem to combat such emerging global conditions. In conclusion, and as articulated in our book, Branding Sweet Grass, Robin Wall Kimmerer, Professor of Environmental and Forest Biology, and I quote, "As we work to heal the earth heals us. Let us make the next decade the ecologically transformative movement that our planet so desperately needs. Recall that the vision and mission of NDDC is to offer a lasting solution to the social economic difficulties in the Niger Delta, in a region that is economically regenerative and politically peaceful. In this sense, therefore, the Commission has an important directorate called the Environmental Protection and Control, EPC, that ensures that all its activities are carried out in an environmentally friendly manner. The Commission carries out sensitization activities such as awareness campaign, inventorization of oil spill sites, identification of heavy metal locations and potential erosion sites, etc. Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA, is essentially conducted in most of our major projects because they are awarded and executed before they are awarded and executed. This is in line with the EIA Act of 1992, supervised by the Federal Ministry of Environment. Therefore, as we celebrate this year's World Environment Day with the theme Ecosystem Restoration, the Commission will do all that is necessary within its mandate to work with all relevant stakeholders in the restoration of the ecosystem for the benefit of the people of Niger Delta region. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and rewarding time as we celebrate the 2021 World Environment Day. Thank you for finding time to be with us, and may God bless you all. If you're interim administrator stroke CEO.
Thank you very much, ISCO. Another round of applause for the ISCO. Let's applaud him. Let's applaud him. Thank you, and God bless you. Quickly, let's take the goodwill messages by some dignitaries. May I very humbly request that the House Committee Chairman on Environment, Rivers State House of Assembly, Honorable Dumle Mao, should come for the goodwill message. Honorable Mao. Let's applaud him as he comes. Please, let's applaud him as he comes. Let's applaud him. Thank you very much, House Committee Chairman on Environment. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. May I respectfully recognize the acting interim CEO of NDDC, the EPC, our royal fathers, respected guests. As introduced, my name is Dumle Mao. I'm a member of the Rivers State House of Assembly. I bring you goodwill message from the House of Assembly Committee on Environment. I want to believe that we are here today to discuss way forward. For us, we did World Environment Day with the Ministry of Environment some weeks back, and we did tree planting and press conference. I believe that NDDC can do more than what the interim administrator just told us about. I say so with all sense of humility and responsibility. The team is talking about restoration of our ecosystem. I'm sure that I've seen Professor Zabi, I've seen other professors here. By the time they will tell us the implication of what we have now about our ecosystem and our environment, you agree with me that we have a challenge that only us who are still alive can address. Therefore, I will encourage us to participate fully in this program today, believing that when we finish, from what I saw in the program, there's going to be a communique session. We will sit down and look at what are those things that can address this problem facing us as a challenge. Because the ecosystem we are talking about is what we live with every other day. Thank you, because I know that at the end of the program, we shall take a decision here that will assist all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mao. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I bring to the podium the next person for goodwill message, may I quickly recognize the schools that are here with us for the debate. I want to recognize Mrs. Uloma Mike Tamunotonye, the leader of Government Technical College, Port Harcourt. You are welcome. Please a round of applause for them. We also have Government Craft Development Center, Port Harcourt here. And the leader of the team is Silas Asobara. You are welcome. Let's recognize them too. Quickly, let me bring to the podium the representative of High Prep for their goodwill message. The representative of High Prep. Let's applaud the representative as he comes to the mic. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everybody. I stand on existing protocols, but not without due recognition of the IACEO, our royal fathers, and other dignitaries as well. My name is Raphael Friday Sawe. I'm standing in the place of Professor Philip Shekolo, who is the head of operations and the officer overseeing the project coordination office of the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project, HYPREP, who is unavoidably physically absent because of other engagements that made him not to be here. So kindly accept his apologies on that occasion. As rightly stated by the previous speaker, the honorable member of the Rivers State House of Assembly on chairing the Committee on Environment. It is an epoch event, and the representation here is quite robust. Like he said also, like we know, the environment, the ecosystem is what we live with every day and will continue to live with it. And it is expected that we will leave it better than we met it, because it is a system that modeled us and continues to model us. So we look at what we have done to it that is not good, and look at how we can restore it, that will make it better, and also look at the ones that are still good, pristine things that we don't need to impact negatively on them while we are doing the ones that we are correcting. It is an enclosed system that what you do to one affects the other. You can't exclude any component of it, both the human, the material, the biophysical, and the non-biophysical components. So at the end of the day, we shall agree what to do going forward. And we expect that it is going to be all encompassing, and everybody will bring his own contributions, and will agree and work with things that will help us to better our environment. Our food comes from them, the air we breathe comes from them, we sleep there, we wake up there. And all of them support us, we support them as well. Please, that's the much I have to say for now. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for him. Quickly, let me bring to the podium the representative of NOSRA. If you are here, please come for the goodwill message. While we wait for the representative of NOSRA, may I bring to the podium the representative of NESRA. Are you here? A round of applause for him, please. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ayuba Francis Jacob, the Director of the National Environmental Standards Regulation and Enforcement Agency, NESRA, South Zone. I want to appreciate all protocols they observed, especially to our high chiefs. I want to quickly appreciate the organizer of this program, the NDDC. Really, we've been seeing the good work you've been doing through the infrastructural development. As a mandate, our mandate is to enforce all environmental laws, standard regulations in Nigeria. NOSRA, you call earlier, as a sister agency that's in charge of oil spill and other programs. In line with the subject matter of this year's World Environment Day, restoring the ecosystem, as we are aware that through our anthropogenic activities, all the ecosystems have been degraded, destroyed through our human activities. Talk about the aquatic ecosystem that have been degraded through pollutions, the terrestrial ecosystem, the desert ecosystem. There are so many ecosystems that have been degraded through our activities. But because environment is the key to restoring this, our fragile ecosystem. Let me talk about our waste. The way we dispose our waste at home. We dispose our waste independently without minding the impact on our environment. Through our compliance monitoring, most of the time we see people discharging their waste on our water bodies. And you and I depend on this water body for our aquatic animals, fish. We call it freshwater fish, that is sweeter. But unfortunately, most of these water bodies have been degraded, have been polluted by either through untreated influence from the facilities, which we observe most of the time. Most facilities in these countries discharge their untreated effluent to the water body you and I depend on. And that's why most of the aquatic animals are being affected by these hazardous. What about hospitals? We observe that most of these healthcare facilities don't treat their waste properly. They discharge to the water bodies, which we see. And of course, you know what this clinical waste could contain. hazardous substances. These are the things we see. Healthcare facilities discharging their chemical waste into water bodies. And during the dry season, we saw farmers, right, using this water to irrigate their vegetables, which you and I depend on in the market. That's the reason why we need the protection of the environment should be the duty of every one of us. It should not be left in the hands of government. When you see people degrading the environment, you should talk, because if you don't talk, the impact will come back to you, because you and I go to the market to depend on these products that is derived from the natural environment. Once again, I wish you all the best and happy stay.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't know if the representative of NOSRA is around. If he's here, let him come forward. Otherwise, I bring to the podium the representative of EMAN, Environmental Management Association of Nigeria, the representative. If you are here, please come for the goodwill message. A round of applause for her, please. Let's applaud her as she comes. Let's applaud her as she comes. Let's be gender friendly. Let's applaud her as she comes. You're welcome, ma.
May I stand on the existing protocol? My name is Mrs. Wongu Chibuikem. I'm representing my chairman. Goodwill message presented by the Environmental Management Association of Nigeria, EMAN, Rivers State Chapter, on the occasion of the World Environment Day. I count it a great privilege to be presented as an opportunity to deliver this goodwill message in this year's World Environment Day, which has as its theme, ecosystem restoration. A visit to some areas in Eleme, Oyibo, Obiakpo, Ikwere, Port Harcourt, Ogoni, Ogba, Egbe, Mandoni in the state showed a rise in the soot prevalence than it was in the last 3 years. The sky is often covered with thick black clouds, and the soot particles are seen dropping on the cars, clothes, houses, and markets. Some traders who sell clothes now use nylon to seal their wares to avoid black stains. Ecosystem loss is depriving the world of carbon sinks like forests and peatland at a time humanity can least afford it. Global greenhouse gas emissions have grown for 3 consecutive years, and the planet is drawing close to a potentially catastrophic climate change. The emergence of COVID-19 has also shown just how disastrous the consequences of ecosystem loss can be. By shrinking the area of natural habitat for animals, we have created ideal conditions for pathogens, including coronaviruses, to spread. With this big and challenging picture, this year's World Environment Day focuses on ecosystem restoration, and this means preventing, halting, and reversing this damage to go from exploiting nature to healing it. Only with healthy ecosystems can we enhance people's livelihoods, counteract climate change, and stop the collapse of biodiversity. Investing in ecosystems is investing in our future. Ecosystem restoration entails bringing back plants and animals from the brink of extinction. It can take many forms, which includes the many small actions everyone can take every day, like growing trees, greening our cities, safe economic and industrial practices, providing treatment plans for industrial effluents, cleaning up trash alongside our streets, rivers, and coasts, etc. I therefore call on all participants and stakeholders to direct attention at a multidimensional approach to prevent, halt, and reverse the degradation of ecosystems in our state and the country at large, so that people can have access to food, clean water, and quality air. This will in turn end poverty, combat climate change, and prevent mass extinction. In conclusion, as environmental managers, we remain open at all times to partner with this commission so as to ensure a safe and habitable environment for generations of our people. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, ma. God bless you. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Quickly, may I bring to the podium, very respectfully, His Royal Majesty King Dr. Samuel Amechi, JP, Chairman Tropcom River State Chapter, for his goodwill message. Your Majesty, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's applaud him as he comes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am His Royal Majesty King Dr. Samuel Amechi, the Onitsha of Igbo Kingdom in Eche local government area of Rivers State. I'm here because I'm the chairman of traditional rulers from oil mineral producing communities, Rivers State chapter. And I'm glad to be here. When I got the invitation to be here, I was so much happy because in Rivers State and in Niger Delta, the pollution, the degradation of our environment is so much that you cannot compare it to what is happening in other regions. And in fact, sometimes we think whether what God has given to us as a natural resources is now a curse to us. All the states in the Niger Delta, the areas have been seriously polluted. And this, you know, has a lot of health implications as regards to cancer, lung diseases, and so many other health hazards. Like one of the people said, we have a lot of hazardous waste. And in Rivers State, I don't think we have enough equipment to handle all these hazardous waste, mostly even the clinical waste that are hazardous. Not talk of the oil pollutions. Somebody mentioned about the Ogoni. It's not only in Ogoni, in all the local government in Rivers State, we cannot breathe freely. And if you stay here, if there is any test we can conduct on the people living within Rivers State and Niger Delta states and compare it to the one people outside, maybe in Lagos or Abuja, you find out that our lungs, our health has been seriously tampered. So the message is this. Please, NDDC, we are happy that you have brought up this ecosystem restoration. You have to restore it, but I know it's impossible, but you have to start somewhere so that people, the ecosystem, the people can live freely with the plants and animals. We don't have, go to the stream, there's no fish any longer. The fish we eat are the ones from the ponds because they are all dead. You go to the forest, no animal any longer. These are the things that make up the ecosystem, but there are no more. So I'm I'm begging because on behalf of Rivers State traditional rulers, those who are from the oil mineral producing community, that NDDC should please step up. Most of your projects should be based because you have enough resources to date from the enormous amount that enters your purview. You should direct your muscles to see how you can restore the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Another round of applause for the Royal Father. Thank you, and God bless you. Quickly, may I bring to the podium the representative of NES for his good message. NES. Is he here? Okay. Let's applaud him as he comes. Let's applaud him.
Thank you, DMC. I want to adopt the already established protocols. My name is Professor P.C. Mom, one-time chairman, Nigerian Environmental Society. I'm standing here on behalf of the state chairman of Nigerian Environmental Society, Dr. Kingsley C. Nwobidi. I think he's trapped somewhere because of the traffic situation in town. On behalf of the Nigerian Environmental Society, the NDDC is commended for this wonderful organization. Last 4 years, we were here, courtesy of NDDC, in celebration of the World Environment Day. The Nigerian Environmental Society is the foremost NGO on environment, a watchdog of the environment. We have represented Nigeria in ECOSOC, who have been doing a lot in ensuring that we restore our ecosystems and we protect the environment from despoilation. You can agree with me that with the theme of this year's World Environment Day, ecosystem restoration, our ecosystem is at the verge of collapse. And the destruction of our ecosystem is a destruction of life itself. And restoration of our ecosystem is a race for the survival of the human race. It is a struggle for the survival of the human race, because if we continue with the unwanted destruction of the ecosystem the way we are doing presently, we can be sure that our present generation is already endangered and will have nothing to hand over to posterity, our children and children's children who are coming behind us. And that is why we, the Nigerian Environmental Society, we are proud to associate ourselves with the Nigeria Delta Development Commission in all they are doing towards environmental protection, resource conservation, and ecosystem protection. We are proud any day and any time, and also willing to partner with NDDC and any other organization who are interested in protecting our environment, because this environment we have here is a loan that we obtained from our forefathers for our children. And the onus is on us to hand over to our children and children's children that which we procured for their own future. Therefore, on behalf of the chairman of the Nigerian Environmental Society Rivers State Chapter, Dr. Kingsley Nwobidi, I want to wish you well in this year's celebration of World Environment Day. We're happy to be here and we wish you fruitful stay throughout your stay here today and other activities in celebration of this 2021 World Environment Day. Thank you and God bless you.
Another round of applause for the representative of the chairman of NES. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Quickly, may I invite Professor Okoyema, NH, the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Rivers State University, who is also representing the Vice Chancellor of the university for his goodwill message. Prof. Okoyema, please. A round of applause for the young prof. Let's applaud him. Let's applaud him. You're welcome, sir.
Permit me to stand on existing protocols. I am standing in for my Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor of Rivers State University. I'm Professor N.H. Okima, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. We are happy to be here, to be part of this celebration. The Rivers State University has already taken part in this celebration, and the Vice Chancellor felt it wise that I should be here today. It's just a reminder that the environment is all about us as individuals. It's also important to note that it has been on since 1972. This celebration has been on for a very long time, and is to create awareness among all persons in the world. NDDC, it's important that we do this celebration. One of the elders mentioned about gas flaring. If you're in Port Harcourt, you will notice that gas flaring is a major issue. And I hope that the technical partners will do a lot of discussion about the gas flaring, which is a major problem in the Niger Delta. Having said that, let me say that the Rivers State University has all the facilities it takes to handle environmental issues. We have the departments that are ready with equipment to handle environmental issues. Having said that, let me wish NDDC all the best and a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Prof. Finally, let me bring to the podium the Deputy Director, Rivers State Minister of Environment, Mr. Ofe Keribi, for Rivers State Minister of Environment Goodwill Message. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, MC. I want to recognize the directors of NDDC, all the Royal Highnesses here present, the Chairman on Environment, House of Assembly, all other parastatals and representatives here. I say good morning. And I want to say that I'm standing in here for the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Environment has been established by the Rivers State government to tackle the issues of environment. And I want to say that the Ministry of Environment is not resting on its oars. It has been tackling environmental issues vigorously, ranging from pollution to inspection of oil spills to, establishment of, projects that will require environmental impact assessment, to flood and erosion issues. When we talk about environment, what is environment? Environment is just a big concept that includes other subsets like the land, the air, and the seas. And all the other components, be it abiotic and biotic factors, and the interrelationships within the surrounding. When we talk about these interrelationships, we are talking about the interaction. We interact with even living things and even non-living things. If I ask you, what is making you to be alive apart from God? It will surprise you that it's a non-living thing that is making you to survive. That is oxygen. So we must guide it jealously to protect the land, the air, and the seas. The environment is simply, I will describe it as a glass house. I love this, this artist, Martin Peter Tosh. He sang a song and said, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. We are living in a glass house. The environment is our glass houses. Most of the times, we throw stones against the glass house. You may think that that stone you are stoning is, you are stoning another person or whatever, but it will bounce back onto you because you are living in that glass house. So, as a Ministry of Environment, the goodwill message, we are passing it on, with the work of the NDDC. We are partnering with the NDDC for the few weeks. The Ministry of Environment organized, the World Environment Day celebration, and we all know that the Ministry of Environment is the pioneer when it comes to issues of World Environment Day. The Ministry of Environment champions the celebration, and like our assembly members mentioned here, we observed it, we planted trees, and even recently, we also planted trees with the Niger Delta Development Commission. So we are here as a ministry to say, from the permanent secretary, I say that every one of us should know that we are living in a community. That ecosystem restoration we are talking about is all about replenishing it, restoring what has been lost. By our activities, we have damaged, we have destroyed, and we have degraded the chemical, the biological, and the physical qualities of the environment. So the onus lies on us to bring it back again and repair it. If somebody gives you something as a gift, you should have the onus of maintaining that thing. God has given us this environment to guide it and to keep it. I was saying it the other day that even God, after creating Adam, he instructed Adam to dress the garden and to keep it. So I'm saying that if God instructed Adam to dress and to keep it, that is the environment. So we also should have that challenge of dressing and keeping the environment. So on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, I want to say kudos to NDDC. I think I look at it as one of the corporate social responsibilities that the NDDC is doing, apart from other gestures that they are rendering to the society. So let us go back to our homes. See, if you build a house and you get the house to a completion without planting trees, that house is not completed. So the Niger Delta Development Commission has been, campaigning and sensitizing people on the issues of planting trees. The tree has enormous benefits. We have enormous benefit that we derive from the trees. So let us respect the environment and treat it kindly. Finally, the Ministry of Environment also wants to talk about waste management. The waste management system, the way most organizations, treat waste management system is very, very poor. We need to look at our waste very well. Waste, as we know, has different components. In your homes, try and separate your wastes, from the biodegradable to the glass to the metals and to whatever. Separate them. Waste is not just waste. Waste today is money. Waste can be channeled to wealth. We have a department in the Ministry of Environment called Waste to Wealth. So you can channel waste to wealth. All these plastics we throw into the river environment is unnecessary. We can channel those and then reuse them or reuse them or recycle them. So the message is that every one of us is accountable. All hands must be on deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and thank you. Finally, let me bring to the podium Mr. Ikoma Barine, the Federal Controller, Federal Minister of Environment. Please come for your goodwill message. A round of applause for him, sir. Let's applaud him, even as he's very brief in his message.
My name is Mr. Ikoma F. Bariene. I'm the Federal Controller, Federal Minister of Environment, Port Harcourt. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. Time is fast spent. The World Environment Day is a day set aside to reflect on our environment. A day set aside to right the wrongs humanity has done to the environment. And that is why we're here today. But for the purpose of today's celebration, the office, the Federal Minister of Environment, Port Harcourt, may decide to take a look at one small ecosystem in the Niger Delta that has been abused, exploited, overexploited, and degraded. And that brings me to the mangrove ecosystem, the home of the artisanal fisheries of the Niger Delta. The mangroves is the spawning ground for fisheries of the region, the home of our cherished seafoods. The periwinkles we all eat, the Tympanotina species, the crabs, the Calanectis species, and the feeder crabs, the Oka Oka, are all domiciled in the mangrove. The locals exploit the mangrove for firewood. Our boys in the Niger Delta that are choosing to help themselves with artisanal refinery also exploit the mangroves to fire the operations. Rather than thanking the mangrove for providing for us, we have destroyed the mangrove. The residuals from the artisanal refineries are further dumped into the mangroves. Today, if you go down the stretch of the Bonny waterways, the estuaries all around is being highly polluted. The mangroves are gone. We are in for a big trouble. Today we think all is well, but I tell you all is not well. If we don't stop this, we'll all be in trouble. At this point, I must say that for us to for NDDC to partner with the Federal Minister of Environment and all other stakeholders, let's take a look and readdress this pathetic situation in our mangrove ecosystem. That is one of the ways we could restore our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I give you a goodwill message, to thank you from the Minister, Honorable Minister of Environment, for this day World Environment be celebrated by the Niger Delta Development Commission. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Federal Controller. Thank you. ISCEO, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may I crave your indulgence to recognize His Royal Majesty Eze Levi Obonna, the Oguzon and Kume of Umeza Akwete Ndoki in Abia State. You're welcome, sir. Let's recognize him. You're welcome, sir. Please, we'll go for tea break. Thereafter, there'll be paper presentation. We'll go into the technical session. The tea break is just for 20 minutes, and that will be done in rules. I want to ask that the consultant should come forward, please, to assist us in this. The MD of SchoolPEX, please, you help in this regard. We need to go for tea break now. It's already past 12. Then we'll come back in the next 20 minutes for the technical section. The tea break, we go in this order. The front row, the dignitaries here, the royal fathers, the directors of NDDC who are here. Then we'll move to the second row. Please, let's do that. Time for tea break, 20 minutes, please.
I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the bad stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, fear me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the wolves. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no, oh no. I see you over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying to play it out. But I was born with 2 left feet and 1 foot in my mouth. If the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Oh, so here goes nothing. I hope it turns into something. I'm standing on this high dive, just about to jump in. And that smile's like a lighthouse guiding me ashore. I've been stalling here long enough, I can't wait anymore. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I'm maybe out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight, tonight, tonight is the night. Tonight, tonight, tonight is my night. Tonight, tonight, tonight is the night. Oh, tonight, tonight, tonight is my night. Yes, it is tonight. Tonight, come on, dance with me tonight. Tonight, still dawn, my night on the sea. I'm ready to roll. Tonight, tonight, tonight is my night. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I'm maybe out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. Since the shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, now maybe out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight, come on, dance with me tonight. Tonight, still dawn, my night on the sea. So come on, dance with me tonight. Tonight, still dawn, my night. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. Under the water, yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no, oh no. I see you over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying to play it out. But I was born with 2 left feet and 1 foot in my mouth. If the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Oh, so here goes nothing. I hope it turns into something. I'm standing on this high dive, just about to jump in. And that smile's like a lighthouse guiding me ashore. I've been stalling here long enough, I can't wait anymore. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight is the night. Tonight is my night. Tonight is the night. Oh, tonight is my night. Yes, it is tonight. So now come on, dance with me tonight. Tonight still dawn, my night on the sea. I'm ready to roll. Tonight is my night. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. Since the shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She may be out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective or verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. Under the water, yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no, oh no. I see you over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying to play it out. But I was born with 2 left feet and 1 foot in my mouth. If the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Oh, so here goes nothing. I hope it turns into something. I'm standing on this high dive, just about to jump in. And that smile's like a lighthouse guiding me ashore. I've been stalling here long enough, I can't wait anymore. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I may be out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight, tonight, tonight is the night. Tonight We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. Under the water, yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no, oh no. I see you over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying to play it out. But I was born with 2 left feet and 1 foot in my mouth. If the planets align and the stars, they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I'm maybe out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. Since the shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, not maybe out of my mind, but I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight, come on, tonight with me tonight. Tonight, still dawn, my night on a sleep night. Tonight, come on, tonight with me tonight. Tonight, still dawn, my night. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door. There's no words. Got me searching for the right adjective of verb. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about her. I'll be lost without. There's no doubt it's gonna bring me down. 'Cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, leave me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Your love. can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I've been waiting for my moment. Someone swooped in and stole it. Oh no, oh no. I see you over there with your long legs. And I should ask you to dance, but oh, I have my doubts. I've been running lines in my head, trying, but I was born shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I made me out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you home tonight. Tonight is the night. Tonight is my night. Tonight is the night. Oh, tonight is my night. Yes, it is tonight. Come on, dance with me tonight. Still dawn, my night, gonna see. I'm ready to roll tonight. Tonight is my night. It's a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, I made me out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. Since a shot in the dark, and the odds are stacked. Baby, you hit me so hard, like a heart attack. She made me out of my league, now maybe out of my mind. But I'm ready to jump now, I'm ready to fly. So if the planets align and the stars they shine just right, I might take you tonight. Come on, dance with me tonight. Still dawn, my night, gonna see. Come on, dance with me tonight. Still dawn, my night. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. We've been dancing with our eyes from across the room. I've been calculating strategy when to say hello. I like to think I'm kinda tough. Sometimes I feel invincible. I feel like I got the right stuff. I feel like I'm in control. Until you got inside my head with something new. Now I can't sleep in this bed just thinking about how I'd be lost without you. You're gonna take me out, 'cause I can hold my breath under the water. Yeah, I can take the pain, it doesn't bother me. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. Lock me outside, leave me in the cold. Abandon me here, feed me to the walls. But I wouldn't last a second without your love. No, I couldn't last a second without your love. I don't need no emotional support. I fight my demons one by one just for the sport. Oh, but I've been slipping lately. You got me going crazy. Now I'm down on my knees outside your door.
The point I want to make is that we do not have any other option than to protect and restore our degraded ecosystems. The reason is that we cannot live without the other species, but they can live without us. In fact, they were here for millions of years before we came. Evolution perspective, every account will tell you that we came last. And other species can live without us, but we cannot live without them. So this afternoon, we are going to talk about ecosystem restoration, the way forward for the Niger Delta. Next slide. So afternoon is to share with you the gravity of the problem we have inflicted on ourselves, as well as showing you the feasibility of ecosystem restoration. One of our royal fathers mentioned that it's not possible. It's possible. But what is not possible
is to return the ecosystem back to its original state, because certain species are very few in every ecosystem, and when they die, they are extinct. So there's nothing we can do about them. But the ones that we can bring back, we'll be able to bring them back. Continue. So, I don't know, it's too narrow, but my presentation is going to highlight the feasibility of ecosystem restoration, and in particular, talk about what we need to do, the steps all of us need to take, because it is a multi-stakeholder initiative. It's not something one individual will do, or corporate entity will do, or the government will do alone. All of us are involved. Next slide. So I want to clarify keywords. Ecosystem is derived from ecological system. It was first coined in 1935 by the British ecologist Arthur Tansley. And what it means is the basic functional unit in nature. So every ecosystem has structure, what we refer to as integrity. So the component species, the component individuals in it. Politically, 9 states. But if I'm teaching my students about the geographic or cartographic Niger Delta, I'll be talking about what the data actually means in geography or in science. And I will start from the Benin River to the Imo River. But because in our own context, the Niger Delta is defined based on oil production. We are now talking about 9 states, and that's the map. Now, when I was talking about ecosystem, and I define it as the basic unit, the basic functional unit in nature, we are talking about that flower pot in your homes. If it has live plant in it, it's an ecosystem. That pool of water that when we step out of this hall, we will meet on the road, is an ecosystem because there are organisms in it. We're also talking about big ecosystems like the streams, the rivers, as well as lakes, the estuaries, the ocean, that are very massive. But all of them are interlinked. And that's what we call connectivity. They are interlinked. You cannot separate one from the other because there is export of energy between them, no matter how small they are. So in terms of big ecosystem or major ecosystems in the Niger Delta, we are talking about the mangrove. When they are unable to access these, what we call natural capitals, they will now go into something else. And then there will be social tension. Next slide. So what are the major causes of degradation? It has ecosystem diversity, which is the space, what we can call the space, where those organisms live. So you cannot actually separate them. They are all interlinked. So human activities, different kinds of human activities degrade the environment. And activities in the Niger Delta that cause the degradation of the environment on a very large scale include oil spills, include sand dredging, include discharge of untreated waste. Somebody talked effluent. Somebody talked about it. Include near masters on the shore of Calabar. You know, and then they were bragging that they have brought in a plant more useful than our native mangroves. So, unfortunately, the Nipa palm becomes invasive and is spreading very fast. It is impacting on food security. It's also impacting on livelihoods of farmers and fishers. Next slide. In this particular picture, you will see on the left, near the LMA bridge. And this one is very deliberate because that is what is leading to the erosion around the foot of the bridge. Next slide. Restoration steps. Let's not bother with this. Next slide. Okay. I wanted to show that it's possible. So here you have a mangrove swamp degraded by oil spill. And then on the opposite side, you have intact mangroves. And I led this project in 2004. What we did, we mobilized the local people into what we call Mangrove Conservation Club, and then we did some by applying nutrients. I don't want to go into the detail, but if you look at this paper, Zabe and Tane 2016, we compare this particular case study with another mangrove restoration we did in Kono to show their different performances. Next slide. So that's me, showing the local people, because we just finished the 9th conference of the Society for Ecological Restoration last week, and the emphasis is that for ecosystem restoration to succeed, the local people must be very, very critically integrated in the program, and that there is need for transnational cooperation between different countries. Because here, the science is still weak. In the developed society, they've been practicing it for decades. And I'll mention what we should do in the steps forward. Next. So those are the mangroves we planted. Next slide. The same mangrove. At 3 years, there was another OSP. What does that mean? In ecosystem restoration, there is need for protection of the restored site from further degradation or further disturbances. Because here, the mangroves were very luxuriant. They were doing well. Other mangrove goose like crabs had started coming. Then there was an OSP. And in ecosystem restoration ecology, we used to say that restoration makes the habitat or the environment or the ecosystem whole. But environmental management makes it or keeps it well, maintains it. So you cannot separate environmental management, because once you have restored the habitat, you have to maintain, you have to manage it and protect it from further degradation. Next slide. I don't know if you guys are seeing very well, but what I was showing there, can you go back a bit? No. Next. Yeah, here. It's not showing very well, but you will see that narrow red, strip on the right, on the left. It's actually the LMA stream that is now turned Tidal Creek. As at 2000, it was a very narrow, hectares of land. And that's what this one is showing. Massive. And so the only narrow strip is where the bridge is standing. Meanwhile, on all sides is totally eroded. So there's nothing we can do there without stopping sand mining and then begin to restore. And it's critical. I mentioned this so that NDDC can take note of it and start the restoration from there. But for such restoration to succeed, sand mining must stop in that river catchment. Continue. Again, we cannot restore what we don't know. Okay? So the first step in our own restoration endeavor is to create baseline. We need to know the species that exist. We need to know more about our ecosystem. Because in restoration, we are trying to bring back what we call historic trajectory of the ecosystem. We want to bring it back. And so if we don't know the species, we cannot restore. And that is why here I am highlighting community science. Community science is when scientists like me partner with non-science citizens to collect environmental data. And in the process, teaching them how to collect the data. Because scientists are limited. Not only that, because of insecurity, a lot of scientists don't want to go into the wilderness, where the creeks, where they are supposed to collect scientific data. So how do we proceed? We have to teach the local people how to collect environmental data and transmit the data to us. That's what we call citizen science or community science. And that's what we are demonstrating there. We have developed a kind of framework for community science in Nigeria. In terms of other steps we need to take, we need to incentivize restoration by providing the enabling laws and policies. And it is good that my representative is here and his colleague in the House Committee on Environment. We need to put in place laws and policies that will agenda restoration. In addition, we need to begin to build capacity. And in one way we can build capacity is that in the first place, we don't have good taxonomists. Taxonomists are those that study different organisms and can say this one is this one, this one is this one. Our taxonomic science is very poor. So for us to know what we have, in order to restore what we have lost, we need to deepen our taxonomic science. And what that means is that NDDC, in giving their awarding their scholarship, they should try to assign, in this decade of ecosystem restoration, they should assign some slots for those who want to major in taxonomy. They should also assign some slots for those who want to study ecosystem engineering, what we call ecological engineering. We don't have. We have ecologists like us, but we don't have ecological engineers. They are different from environmental engineers. Environmental engineers manage waste. They manage pollution. Here, we are talking about applying engineering principles in conjunction with ecological principles to restore the environment. It is different from erecting concrete embankments along river systems. So, NDDC should give some slot to Niger Delta indigenes who want to major in ecological engineering. It is very key. Next slide. I'm not actually saying the beginning, but we need what we call co-management, okay? Co-management. Government must put in place policies that will facilitate co-managing our resources, the mangroves we talk about, all the living resources, with the local communities. If we put in place policies in our offices without involving the local people, those policies will not work. So what we need is co-management. Everybody will come together and manage the resource. So resource ownership, that sense of ownership that the local people will have, will help in conserving the environment. Then we need to create protected areas. Very key. And for some of us, we are a bit disappointed because there are protected areas. The ones that have been gazetted and the ones that have been proposed. The Upper Warashi, 97 square kilometers, gazetted, protected. What is happening? Are we maintaining them? No. If you go to Andoni, 137 square kilometers proposed in order to protect the pygmy hippopotamus and another very rare endangered species. What's happening? If you go to Apo in Bayelsa State, it is also proposed long time ago. What is happening? And the Apo Forest Reserve is supposed to protect the red columbus The red columbus is an endemic species. When we say endemic species, I'm not talking about the way politicians say it. When they say poverty is endemic, it's not correct. Ecologically, for us, something that is endemic is something that is present only in one place. Okay? So the red columbus is present only in Nigeria, here in the Niger Delta. It is never found anywhere in the world. What is happening to the worm lizard in the Ogoni area that was documented during Sinisca gansi, that was documented during the Niger Delta Environmental Survey, in Ogoni alone, are they still there? Those are the questions. So we need to create protected areas and maintain them, because those will become sanctuaries. We need to embark on sustainable town planning. We cannot build everywhere. We cannot eat concrete. Even if we build skyscrapers, we'll be hungry. And what will feed us? Food from other organisms. So we need to plan everywhere, especially in the urban areas. Around Port Harcourt, the few, sanctuaries, like the one along the Obiwari Road, is gone. When I passed there last, I saw a church standing there. It was a sacred grove where species in an urban area were protected. So we need to begin to embark on all this, because you cannot do successful ecosystem restoration without coupling it with conservation. And conservation means the wise utilization and management of natural resources to achieve sustainable development. So while we are attempting to restore, we should halt all major sources of degradation, and at the same time begin to conserve our ecosystem. Create mangrove protected areas. Unfortunately, Nigeria has, Niger Delta, 10,515 square kilometers of mangroves. But we don't have any mangrove protected area, except what we call community conservation area, the one in Kono. But Vietnam, less than 2,000 square kilometers, they have 44 mangrove protected areas. What is wrong with us? Can we create mangrove protected areas that will serve as buffer to the rest of the system and recharge the system? So, because there's no time, I will stop there. Thank you.
Please, a resounding round of applause for Professor. He has spoken like a teacher. We've all heard him. The honorable member in the Rivers State House of Assembly, the chairman House Committee on Environment, is here to interpret it for us. He will make the case for us when we get there. Let's applaud him once again. Let's applaud him. Thank you very much, Prof, for that wonderful job. Please, may I hand over this mic to my friend, Mr. Tamino, to take us through the debate session. We are truly running behind schedule. We want to go into the school debate now. Mr. Tamino, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the point of the program where we shall be entertaining debate from two schools. And quickly, I'd like to introduce my partner that will be on the panel to moderate the debate. And she is Favour Akande. Please put your hands together for her. She will be the timekeeper for the debate. I invite the two schools that are here. First, Government Craft Development Center, Port Harcourt. The first, second, and third speakers, please to the stage. I invite the Government Technical College, Port Harcourt. The first, second, and third speakers, The students shall be debating on the theme of this year's World Environment Day, but they shall be questioning themselves whether it is a reality to achieve ecosystem restoration. So the topic that I've been given to them is ecosystem restoration is a mirage. Government Craft Development Center will be opposing that ecosystem restoration is a mirage. Government Technical College Port Harcourt will be proposing to say that it is not a mirage. So I will allow them to introduce themselves. Then the debate will begin. So, okay, just a mix-up. We have reconciled our position, and the Government Craft Center is opposing, while the Government Technical College is proposing. I shall allow them to introduce themselves. Then we'll take the debate. So the proposing side, the first speaker.
I'm Promise Ruben by name.
I'm Judith Isaac Osunde by name.
I'm Imakile Bibanga by name.
My name is Ogotoma Kenneth.
My name is Providence Barigoma. I am Favor Oluchi Locking.
Put your hands together for them, please. The first speaker on each side will have 3 minutes each to defend their position. The second speakers will have 2 minutes to do the same.
Who is the first?
The third speaker will have 1 minute to do the same. When that round is up, the first speakers on both sides will have 1 minute to summarize their position. Then we shall call the verdict. Please, you'll be part of the assessing crew, but the debate has started. So I invite the first speaker on the side of Government Technical College, who are proposing the motion that ecosystem restoration is a mirage. Promise Ruben.
Good day, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, fathers of the days, moderators, co-debaters, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Promise Anete Ruben by name, and I'm standing here from Government Technical College, and I'm standing here to propose the motion which says ecosystem restoration is a mirage. But before I proceed to my point, let's look at the definition of some common terms used in the debate. What's an ecosystem? An ecosystem is a geographic area where plants and animals, as well as landscape, water, and other living organisms works together to form a bubble of life. What is restoration? Ecosystem restoration is defined as the process of reviving the degradation of ecosystem, such as landscape, water, rivers. What is a mirage? Mirage are optical illusion caused by atmospheric condition. That is an effect caused by hot air in desert or on dry land that you think you can see something, meanwhile they are not there. Now, proceeding to my point, what are the things affecting the ecosystem? 1, pollution. Pollutants such as sulfur can reduce the biodiversity. Pollutants such as sulfur can reduce the biodiversity of plant life and destroy forests and soils. Atmospheric nitrogen can also reduce the biodiversity of plant life, and it damages and it harms fish in the water. Example, the cost of living organisms, the cost of living is now expensive. The Ogoni cleanup that has been earned has never been actualized, and I want to put it to you that it is a mirage. 2, land clearing. Land clearance greatly impacts on the health of waters and coastal ecosystem. It increases erosion and the runoff of sediment, nutrients, and other pollutants into the coastal water, causing damages to coral reefs and other marine ecosystems, such as seagrass bed. 3, overpopulation. Population is growing rapidly, far outpacing the ability of our Mother Earth to support it. Overpopulation is associated with negative environmental and economic outcomes, ranging from the impact of deforestation, over farming, and water pollution to our environment and to our global warming. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you that the ecosystem restoration is a mirage. It's an illusion. Thank you.
So that they will know when the bell goes on the first time, it's warning. It means that you have used part of your time. When the second bell comes, you know that your time is up. I invite the first speaker on the other side to oppose the motion.
Good day, directors of NDDC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, accurate timekeeper and the moderator. I am Ogotoma Kenneth, representing Government Craft Development Center, Port Harcourt. I'm here, which says ecosystem restoration is a mirage, with Niger Delta region as our scope of discussion today. An ecosystem refers to a community of plants and animals functioning together with the non-living environment. It can be divided into the biotic component and the abiotic component. The Niger Delta region, that is our scope of discussion today, is situated in the Gulf of Guinea, between a longitude of 50 to 80 degrees east and a latitude of 40 to 60 degrees north. It is the largest wetland in Africa and the third largest in the world. It is a home of 20 million people drawn from 9 states: Abia, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Bayelsa, Edo, Imo, Ondo, Cross River, and Rivers State. It has one of the highest concentration of biodiversity on this planet. Yet, this our beautifully and blessed land has been ecologically degraded because of the consistent flow of oil, because of acid rain, gas flares, and so many other things. So our land needs ecological restoration. And ecological restoration refers to assisting of an ecosystem that has been degraded or destroyed. Has the government done anything to help in this? The answer is yes. Government have brought out new laws concerning ecological restoration. Already existing laws have been implemented. Industrial bodies their mindset have also been how to restore our ecosystem. Agencies have been created. Agencies like NDDC have been created, and they have tried their best in helping our ecological restoration. In 2011, United Nations Environmental Pollution, UNEP, made an assessment in the Ogoni land. It was assessed that drinking water and groundwater is being polluted because of oil flows and cartridges. What did the federal government do in this regard? They tried their best. Huge sum of money was being plunged into this project, and the project is still on. And we are sure that the project will be effective. Because of other projects that have been done, bodies being created, many things have been done by the government and its agencies to help in the restoration of our ecosystem, in the restoration of aquatic life. Although many lives and properties have been lost because of ecosystem degradation, we are sure that government and its agency will continue to do their best in ecological restoration. In conclusion, we all should put hands together and help in the ecological restoration of the Niger Delta region. We should assist the government and its agencies. We should assist international bodies, industrial bodies in helping our ecological restoration. In conclusion, I hope this point of mine have helped in convincing you that ecological restoration is not a mirage, as being perceived and propagated by members of the society. Thank you all for a fair and audible hearing.
The second speaker on the proposing side, Caleb.
Still standing on the already established existing protocol, Caleb Ibanga is my name, and I'm here proposing the motion we say ecosystem restoration is a mirage. My colleague has already given a rundown definition of key terms and has outlined some points. I would love to build my point from where he has stopped. The impossibility in restoring our ecosystem, I have characterized it into 4 parts, and I will classify them under a term which I call environmental and intellectual factors. 1, an imperfect understanding of our natural ecosystem, and 2, the lack of available information on previous failures and successes in restoring the ecosystem. 3, our inability to restore some certain factors and species which have been altered and lost from the ecosystem. 4, overexploitation of our ecosystem in search for natural minerals, resources, and as well developmental pleasures, which is actually good for us and our economies, but actually an harm to our ecosystem. First, overexploitation of our ecosystem has actually opened our ecosystem to other problems such as water pollution, air pollution, land pollution, which even a total restoration cannot be done in recovering it to its former state. My second point is this: before something is being said to be restored, it means it did have an original state. And this actually means that our ecosystem did have an original state. And for it to be said it is being restored, it means it must be brought back to its original state. And the possibility of achieving this, I think, is a mirage. I'll take my third point. To restore an ecosystem in a country like Nigeria, especially the Niger Delta, our effort in our capacity in making progress in critical areas such as education, health, and employment will actually be messed up. Will actually be compromised because most percentage and resources the federal government derives from the exploitation of our petroleum resources are crude, which actually contribute in degrading our ecosystem. My fourth point is this: and already
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him very well. I invite the second speaker on the opposing side, Providence Bariboma.
Good day. Good day, the Managing Director, NDDC, invited guests. My name is Providence Bariboma. I represent Government Craft Center, Port Harcourt. I am here to oppose the motion which said ecosystem restoration is a mirage. In addition of what my colleague has said, ecological processes is the assisting of the recovery of an ecosystem that has been degraded or destroyed, using the process of remediation, reclamation, rehabilitation, and restoration. Restoration restoration ensures that sustainable economic development takes root, especially in the poor regions of the world, as well as biodiversity preservation. However, the Niger Delta region, this region has been faced with environmental degradation occasioned by consistent flow of industrial waste, fire disaster, oil spills, gas flares, and rain flooding, erosion, etc. It has also led to the pollutions of farmland and fish pond, which have led to the destruction of properties and human life, including aquatic and biodiversity. However, the Federal Ministry of Environment and NDDC intervened to restore it back, which has yielded positive results. My points being made. In 2020, the Nigerian government pledged to restore degraded mangroves in the Niger Delta region. They announced plans to launch a national mangrove program restoration project as one of the measures to ensure sustainable environment livelihood for the people living in the region. Moreover, the federal government create a strategy that. Thank you very much.
We invite the third speaker on the proposing side, Judith Isaac.
Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Judith Isaac Osunde. I'm a student of Government Technical College, Transamadi, Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Talking on the points that my colleague have just listed here, talks about pollution and the rest. Have you ever wondered about overgrazing? Overgrazing, these are the practice of livestock, feasting on vegetations and other things, and also causing damages. And also, the ground will be liable to erosions. Secondly, disease. Imaginary of COVID-19 has caused serious damage to Nigeria. And also, we are lucky because, if not because of this, because of the way we are avoiding it, it wouldn't have gotten to us. Secondly, talking about the ecosystem restoration, you can't restore it back because look at the economy today. Just to get fish or any other cooking items, you can't even get it in a lower price. It's very expensive. But we are in Rivers State. Rivers State where rivers are everywhere, fishermen are everywhere. But to get it is so cost. And also, do you still think that ecosystem can be restored? Do you still think that planting of trees can restore ecosystem in Nigeria? Thanks.
Please do well together for them. They're doing so well. I invite the third speaker on the opposing side, Favor Oloji.
Standing on the existing protocol, I am Favor Oloji Loki, as highlighted before. Adding to what my colleague have said, in 2020, the Nigerian government pledged to restore degraded mangroves in the Niger Delta region. They announced plans to launch a national mangrove restoration project as one of the measures to ensure a sustainable environment and livelihood for the people living in the region. This has yielded results. More so, the Nigerian federal government created a strategy that would lead to the restoration of mangroves in Niger Delta that have been severely damaged by continuous oil spill. This also has yielded much more results. In 2011, the United Nations Environmental Pollution (UNEP), commissioned by the federal government, conducted an assessment and made recommendations in 2011. They found out that the Delta system ecosystem has been utterly devastated, which the federal government assisted them in doing some necessary things. The federal government also required that the Ogoni cleanup would require a coordinated effort on the part of the government at all levels and industry operators, local communities. Today, one can attest that this they have all done has yielded results, as the Ogoni people can now drink good and clean water. I hope with this point raised by me, I think I have been able to show you that ecosystem restoration is actually not a mirage in the Niger Delta. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for them. We have assessed the debaters so that they will know what we have used to assess them. We have assessed them to know the winner. But for now, please put your hands together for them as we ask them to go back to their seats. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session, the debate, schools debate. I'd like to invite my compere to take over the microphone as we rearrange the stage.
Please, another round of applause for the schools. Let's applaud them. It's not easy. Quickly, we shall announce the winner of the day, or the school that before we announce the winner of the day, please, we'll go into the second technical section, into the second section of the technical paper. The technical paper 2, restoration of the Niger Delta oil impacted ecosystem. The Ogoni cleanup as a case study. And to handle this is the project coordinator of HYPREP, restoration of the Niger Delta oil impacted ecosystem. The Ogoni cleanup as a case study. The project coordinator of HYPREP will handle this. Before the coordinator comes up, I want to announce the winner of the day for the school debate session that just took place. Let me invite to the podium Honorable Dumle Mao, the Chairman, House Committee on Environment, Rivers State House of Assembly. He will make presentation to the winner of the day, or the school that won the debate. Honorable Sir, please come forth. Can I also have the MD of Scopex? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Government Craft Center. Let's applaud them. Let's applaud them. The leader of the team, please. The first speaker of Government Craft Center should come forward for the gifts, please. Come forward, the first speaker. Let's applaud them. Let's applaud them. Please, let's applaud Government Craft Center. This way, this way.
I have the honor to present to you as the winner this award, Niger Delta Development Commission Award, presented to Government Craft Center for participating in a literary debate titled Ecosystem Restoration is a Mirage, on 25th of June 2021 during the World Environment Day celebration. Congratulations. You have this as your award. Thank you. Congrats.
Let's applaud them again. Thank you, Honorable. To present the gift to the runner-up, let me invite Honorable Ahakwa Chris.
Which school is that?
The Chief Speaker for Government Technical College, Port Harcourt, please come forward. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. Please come forward for your gift. I understand the students have presentations to make. They have some exhibitions to make rather. So let's not be in a hurry to leave. Honorable, please make this presentation to him.
All protocols observed. On behalf of the Niger Delta Development Commission, I have the pleasure to present these awards to the runners-up, presented to Government Technical College for participating in a literary debate titled Ecosystem Restoration is a Mirage on the 26th of June 2021 during her World Environment Day celebration 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you. Another round of applause for the students. Let's applaud the students. Let's applaud them. Thank you very much, Government Technical College and Government Craft Center. Thank you. I understand the students have exhibition to make after now. Please, let's not leave until we'll see that. Let me quickly invite to the podium the coordinator, the project coordinator of High Prep. You have 20 minutes to make this presentation. Is the coordinator here? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. I am Raphael Friday Sawe. During the goodwill message, I introduced myself that I was representing Professor Shukilo, who is the head of operations and the officer overseeing the project coordination office of HIPREP. And in the same representative capacity, I'm going to deliver this presentation on this team. So please ride on with me. Thank you. Please can we go back to the back page, please. Yeah, restoration of the Niger Delta oil impacted ecosystem. The Ogoni cleanup as a case study is what I'm going to present. Next, please. Yeah, we have the Niger Delta. Previous speakers have given some of this description of the Niger Delta, comprising of 9 states, has a human population of 31 million. It is renowned as one of the world's 10 most important wetland and coastal marine ecosystems. It's a vast low-lying region through which the waters of the river Niger drains into the Gulf of Guinea. It extends over 70,000 square kilometers and has up to 7.5% of Nigeria's landmass. It is Nigeria's oil-rich region and has been the center of international concern over pollution from commercial oil and gas and related operations of multinational corporations of the oil industry. Next, please. Yeah, this is just a spatial display of the Niger Delta region and some of the pollution scenarios, which just for visual impression. Then coming down to the case study, the location of the case study, Ogoniland, is a territory in Rivers State on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea, east of the city of Port Harcourt. It has a human population of over 2 million, consists of 4 local government areas, extends over 1,050 square kilometers, which we refer to as the Ogoniland, and its indigenous people are predominantly subsistence farmers and fishermen. Next, please. Yeah, again, we are geographers. We depend on spatial views most of the times. And you have that. These are some key terms. These have also been defined by most of the other presenters and speakers. Pollution, remediation. In this case, we are using the cleanup interchangeably with the remediation, and that's our case study of the, that's a counterpoint to the overall ecosystem restoration we're talking about. And that's the removal of pollution or toxic contaminants from environmental media such as soil, groundwater, sediment, or surface water. Then you talk about ecosystem restoration, which has been also defined as assisting a degraded or polluted ecosystem to improve going back to its normal stage, and then maintaining the ones that are still pristine. Next, please. So how did we get to where we are talking about Ogoni cleanup? There is a Nigeria which has vast natural resources, endowments, including humans and material things. Then there is the Niger Delta, which is a region, part of it, that is and has much of crude oil and other biodiversity and other ecological systems as well. Then there is the Ogoniland, which is part of the Niger Delta, which has gone through the same process of exploitation, degradation of the environment as the wider Niger Delta, which there came a UNEP, that's United Nations Environment Program, for assessment in 2010, which expanded to 2011, and it brought out a report which we now refer to as the UNEP report on Ogoniland. Thereafter, the federal government created HYPREP, Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, which has started implementing the recommendations of UNEP. So that's how we are here as part of ecosystem restoration. So the HYPREP, it's a brief of it, how it came into being as a body that was formed under the Ministry of Environment, gazetted in 2016, and then it has its structure. Next slide, please. With 2 mandates of environmental remediation and restoration of the livelihoods of the Ogoni people as a start. Next, please. Can the slide move, please? Graphical structure of HYPREP. It has 3 main bodies, the Governing Council, the Board of Trustees, and the Project Coordination Office. And in the Project Coordination Office, we have units, then managing or part of the other processes, we have project support, which UNEP is still there. We have our other supports like the SPDC, the Foster Wheeler donor agencies, and all of that come by the side to sponsor some of the things. Next, please. So HYPREP has intervention areas beyond the 2 basic mandates of environmental remediation and restoration of livelihoods. We have public health. We have provision of potable water, which has already started, provision of potable water. We are aware in a couple of months ago, the Honorable Minister for Environment launched the first 6 water provision projects, and they have already started groundworks. Then we have institutional development, and we have restoration of the oil-degraded mangroves. We've talked so much about mangroves, and there are evident things that we see around us. Next, please. Yeah, we know, like, this is the scientific part of it. Environmental remediation is not a one-off or one-button stuff. You have to go through some processes. So this is the sequence. Some people say it has not started. Some people say it's a scam. Some people say it's a mirage. Definitely, if I was part of that debate, I would be on the part that it's not a mirage, because we have started, some people say it's slow. Actually, it's a scientific process. You can't just jump to somewhere and start digging. We had to go through some of these processes of re-establishing the scientific updates of data that were provided by UNEP in 2010 and did what we call delineation, so we could know exactly which part of it are still under that condition or have worsened and what needed to be done. We went through a pilot process, which was done in 2017, 2018. That's part of a remediation process. And before we went into the procurement, lotting and procurement of the delineated lots, and that was for our phase 1. Subsequent phases are coming on. Next, please. So our remediation strategy involves desktop studies. We went through data that were provided by UNEP, mostly in what we call the UNEP fact sheets. The UNEP assessment covered so many number of sites, up to 200, but you could lay hand on 65 sites that have the what we call data, scientific data sheets, where you can see maps, you can see concentration of hydrocarbon pollution using TPH as the main analytical parameters in soil and water. So we, having got that since 2010, 2011, we had to do further sites delineation to establish the effect of time lag on those contaminated sites. That's what we call the site delineation characterization. And then we divided them into procurable lots under the management and supervisory guide of the Bureau for Public Procurement in Nigeria, because it's a federal government project. Then we determine remediation standard in compliance with in collaboration and authorization from NOSDRA, which is the regulatory body under the Ministry of Environment that certifies whatever we do in this perspective. Then we prepared and reviewed bid documents, project implementation documents. Then we executed, which we are still ongoing in some. Some have been closed out by NOSDRA. Then you have closeout and certification. Then you can demobilize and hand over sites for end users. Part of this has been done by the minister as well. In February this year, the Honorable Minister came to LMA and handed over our first 10 sites that were closed out by NOSDRA as at then. Next. Yeah, well, we can ask a simple question here. Is remediation completely new in Ogoniland? No. The oil operating multinationals ably led in the major by SPDC has been doing remediation, but that has been just within 0 to 30 meters most times with the spades. And they just turn the soil and go away or whatever. But so when UNEP came, they made these two observations, that the remediation attempts by SPDC and their contractors were done at shallow depths and in contradiction to the percolation of contamination, which has gone deeper and even gone to affect groundwater in some cases. And that there was no control at the treatment spots. Just like you take somebody that is sick to the hospital. I'm not sure any hospital treats sick people with maybe broken legs, open wounds, and all of that, and they have to do surgery in this reception. You have to take him to a theater and control even the waste that comes from there. So we have designed what we call the solid phase bioreactor, what we commonly call BioCell, for treatment of those contaminated soil. So that's the theater where we dissect. We carry out surgical operations on the soil, so they don't contaminate any other place around. When you finish, you do your quality checks and return it to where you excavated them from. Next, please. We have our current running phase 1 of our remediation sites. We have about 65 sites with UNEP site-specific fact sheets, but we are working on 21 of them, which we lotted into 50 lots, and 50 lots covering surface area of 234,774 square meters. That means by the time we finish all those sites, we have restored this landmass back to the third-party owners, the farmers, that has been previously degraded with oil pollution. And then if the volume of soil, which means whatever you do across this volume of soil, will then be better than it was. And then there are the involvement of community people. One of the things that Professor Zabe told us is the community science. You bring in the community people, train them, so that some of these things you're doing will not just look like a science or whatever abstract stuff for them. They are part of it, they own it up, and they know that if they do anything contrary, then they are harming themselves more. Federal government may need some more time to come back and re-award that if they want to spend such money in doubles. Otherwise, they may leave you and face another people that have that. So we make them understand all of that. So they own up the process. Then there are other complex sites, which if you're in the media subsequently, just recently, you know, we've thrown out some pre-qualification documents, advertisements as well. So more people are invited to come in. We have started the water projects and all of that. Please, next. I have just small time for this. The IPREP remediation, the processes of our site works. We do site access, come to communities, negotiate with them, let them own it up. They agree, we do site pegging, peg out the sites that we have, parts that we have delineated as contaminated. Then excavation, we construct the biocell where we do the treatment. We excavate, treat, do quality monitoring. There are stakeholders in some of these things that still participate with us. River State Ministry of Environment and NOSDRA, both Port Harcourt and Abuja office of NOSDRA have been very much involved with us. And then we have some NGOs, SDN and CEHROD have been part of these processes as well. Next, please. We have a remediation standard, which, like I said earlier, NOSDRA authorized and approved for us. Please, next. Yeah, we have this allocation of our lots based on the ones we have closed out successfully by NOSDRA regulation. The ones that are active work have been completed on the site and is awaiting NOSDRA closeout. The ones that NOSDRA has closed out and we are waiting they have done sampling and we are waiting their results, and the ones that are nearing completion. Next, please. That's for batch 1 and batch 2, just the same way the other one. Please, next. Then we have progress that we've achieved so far. The project has been sustained for some years. We have a result-oriented community relationship, multi-stakeholder participation, dependable quality monitoring. UNEP is still part of it. Contractors do their own. HyPrep comes to check. Then NOSDRA certifies. Then we have remediation objectives being met, project media outreaches and information strategy sharing. Then local and professional capacity building. Both the local community, the personnel inside are always being constantly trained. Then timely milestone payments to remediation contractors, project safety and security, and confidence for future projects, which mean what we are using as case study today can be used as another work somewhere else. So what is our looking ahead? We have a completion of current sites in a matter of months. Before October, November, December this year, we should finish this number of sites that we have for cleanup, that's remediation. Then construction of the Integrated Contaminated Soil Management Center, ICSMC, and the Center for Excellence in Environmental Restoration. I think this will be very important to the kind of decade we have come into, the decade for ecosystem restoration. So that center, the design for it is part of the pre-qualification advertisement we have now. So scientists and construction people who know about how to design such centers should please key into that. It's highly competitive and it's global. We need that because of the problem we have and the decade that we've come into. Then the execution of the cleanup and remediation of the impacted creeks and shorelines. Then mangrove restoration, remediation of the degraded creeks must come first. Then you restore the mangrove later. Then our bigger look is the Niger Delta coverage. So we are trying to make everything we do to be a standard that can be replicated anywhere else that has the similar problem. Then other ongoing IPREP activities in Ogoniland is the commencement of works at location for phase 1 of the provision of water projects, which have already started. Then pre-qualification process for interested companies for the remediation of complex sites and other simpler sites that are adjuncts to them. And same for the Center of Excellence in Environmental Remediation and this Integrated Contaminated Soil Management Center. Then training and empowerment of indigenes in the livelihoods program. That is very, very actively ongoing as well. Then preparations for public health programs. We have the World Health Organization and the Rivers State Ministry of Health providing support in that particular activity. Then we have continuous capacity building trainings for the staff who are working. Next, please. Yeah, the HyPrep advantage. Here we talk about stakeholdership, program funding, quality and timely delivery of programs, the stakeholders, and how these are managed. These cross-cutting issues are managed to continuously and consistently be on the progress path. Next, please. Yeah, so these are some pictures of showing, because some people say nothing is happening. These are happening in communities which have been listed in the other two color pages. If you go to those communities, some of them are just by the way, by the road. If you pass, you will see things going on. If you don't understand, you enter, you can ask. Most times, social media people, civil society organizations come, do site visits. Members of houses of assemblies and the National Assembly come, they ask questions, we interact with them. Embassies come around, we interact with them, they go to site and see the things for themselves. We have been seeing those things on this. So you can scroll through the pictures. These are just pictures of the sites works going on. Just scroll through. Yeah, that previous one was when the minister came to hand over completed sites and certified sites by NOSDRA in February 2021, that's this year. This is one of the new sites that are recently completed. Then these are our HSC, that is Health, Safety and Environment procedures. Because while we are, like I said earlier, while you are restoring the damaged environment, you have to be cautious of the ones that are still safe, like the human beings that are still alive. If you don't go with HSC mentality, you can either damage pipes that are still good, or you wound people that are even expected to benefit from the ones you're doing, or damage some other ecosystem that are still lively, are still pristine, that are still supportive to what we are looking at. So it's an holistic approach to restoration. Please, go through, please. We'll soon end. Yeah, all these are HSC matters. Then collaboration and interface with other units and stakeholders. This exists in the HyPrep formation, the structures, no matter whether it is inside or outside, on the field or in the office, we always have that collaboration with our supporters. UNITA supports, that's a United Nations Institute for Training and Research, supports for training, UNEP supports for management and quality control, FOSTA, SPDC, and NPS, that's Nigerian Pipelines and Storage Company, formerly PPMC. They all render support when they are needed. Some are access, some are management of waste or products still recovered from the site. Some are even strategies of managing some other aspects of the project. Next, please. The conclusion. It is a project that is progressing remarkably, though it can be slow, though it can seem a mirage, though it can seem difficult or whatever. But we are hopeful by what we have got in the time that we started, that it is very promising, that it can work in Ogoni that is already starting, and it can work in other places that is still bad. The commitment of government appreciated, active participation of stakeholders and cooperation of project communities, very vital. And then this continuous support is needed because our broader view and objectives aim at the Niger Delta and any other place that will have such issue later across the nation. Next, I think I can pause and say thank you here. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the representative of the project coordinator of HyPrep. Indeed, it is not a mirage. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly invite our brother, Tamno Ibilibo, who will coordinate this session. We are going to the interactive and panel session, panel discussion. That will do within 30 minutes. We are done with that. You're welcome, sir. Our brother Ibulubo will coordinate this session. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Please to join him Associate Professor O.D. Ingrebara, please come up, and Professor P.C. Momo. Professor P.C. Moore, please join him too. The interactive and panel session will last for 30 minutes, sir.
Welcome, sirs. My name is Ibulubo, and members of the panel have already been introduced. We have Professor Ingrebara. We have Associate Prof. Ingrebara with us on the panel. Please put your hands together for him. We also have Professor Mom with us on the panel. Please put your hands together for him. Okay. We're still discussing ecosystem restoration, and we're looking at possibilities of how this can be achieved. What has gone wrong? How are the regulatory agencies, performing their task? What can be done better? And to kickstart this discussion, I'd like to throw this first question to Associate Prof. Ingrebara to tell us how it can be possible to free the Niger Delta region of pollutants that have significantly degraded the ecosystem by the activities of the people and the communities. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, audience. All protocols observed. Actually, several people have discussed the fact that the Niger Delta has been degraded. Our ecosystem has seriously been degraded. Now, what we're looking at now is the possibility of remedying it. How can we bring back what has been degraded to a level that it's good enough for us? From what we've heard so far, actually, it looks like a mirage. But where intensive effort is put, and of course that effort is not going to be from a single person. It's going to be a collaborative effort. Where consistent collaborative effort is put in place, we are seeing a feasibility that could be done. The remedy could come. But where it is left for a single person, it's actually been a mirage. Because in bringing back the ecosystem, as we have been told, management of the environment is involved, so that as we remedy it, more pollutions are not taking effect again. So we have to check that pollution will be brought to a standstill while the one that have been polluted already is being remedied. In that way, we can bring back the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you agree with him, Professor Moore. Maybe you do not agree. But I'd like for you to tell us, for all that he has said, it means that there's going to be some form of synergy, that need to be fostered. How can this synergy be created among all stakeholders to ensure that the people indeed are protecting and restoring our ecosystem?
All right, thank you, the moderator and distinguished audience. Like my co-discussant has rightly pointed out, for us to restore the ecosystem from the pollution effects, it is important, like he rightly pointed out, to nip the pollution at the bud, because if we don't stop the source of the pollution, all efforts at remediation and restoration will be a mirage. So it's only when at the point where the pollution occurs is stopped, then you will be able to attend to the already contaminated environment. Else, there'll be secondary contamination and effort will be effort in futility. Like I've always addressed or said in many fora where I have addressed the issues of environmental protection and conservation, I've said that it is a responsibility of all. When many people say, oh, the government has to do this, government should have done that, the question I pose is, who is the government? You and I are the government. So when we say government, no. The import of what I'm saying here is there's need for all hands to be on deck. Like the point about the synergy between both the government agencies, the non-government agencies, individuals like you and I. The government as a government, like you name it, do not or does not pollute the environment. It is you and I as individuals or corporate organizations like IOCs and the rest of them. Since we know that we are all stakeholders, there is need for collaborative actions, bearing in mind that the consequences of our action on the environment is not limited to the immediate polluter, but to all around us. And that is why we say most times we engage ourselves in private gains and expose entire people to public disaster. To this extent, there is need for collaborative efforts between the government institutions, the non-governmental agencies, the ministries and development agencies, commissions, and the rest of them like NDDC, non-governmental associations, individuals, to join hands together. What is being done here today is NDDC using its instrumentality to drive the process of environmental awareness creation. We as individuals in our own daily anthropogenic activities need to be mindful of what we do in our environment, knowing that the consequences could be far-reaching. The government makes the policies and implements the policies. It is for you and I as individuals to obey those policies and also internalize the need for us to monitor our activities on the environment as not to cause litigious effect on the environment and those of us who depend on the environment. So getting back to your question, there is all hands need to be on deck. There is need for a collaborative actions between both individuals, the private, the public, and also the government to achieving environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution there. My concern has been how to create this synergy. Do the people, for example, know that if the environment is damaged, it also by extension damages their health, their social life? Associate Prof, I'd like for you to tell us, the socio-economic benefits of engaging actively in natural resources conservation, through creation of nature parks across the region of Niger Delta. Let's take our minds back to what Port Harcourt used to be. We used to have nature parks in Port Harcourt, right in the city center. Jubilee Park, even the Borough Park is still there, but we don't seem to have them. Do the people really understand that the destruction of these things, for example, also impact on their health? How do we, benefit from this thing again?
Thank you very much, moderator. They say power, knowledge is power. Sometimes some people may be doing certain things because of lack of knowledge. To drive it back, I think education, it's necessary. Like this kind of thing we're doing here, more of it also should be done to let the people know that we need to maintain this environment so that we can benefit from it. Like in those days, when we used to gather at the park for recreation, how many people can gather there nowadays? Because of the way these things have been handled and damaged. Because of ignorance, because of insecurity, because of a lot of damage that have been done to ecosystem. So we need to go back to drive in this knowledge. And this synergy can be built by several bodies coming in to sensitize the environment on the need to go back to revamp the ecosystem. Let me make one case study. Like the dredging work that is going on right now and almost destroying that bridge close to Eleme as you're passing in the Roma area there. Do the people know, the people that are doing that work, do they know that they're causing a lot of damage to that road? Then I think they're also looking for the own economy. They're trying to do something to boost the economy. Yes, they are. But if they know what damage that is going to cause to the society, I think they would have also decided to do it elsewhere. But because they don't know that, they are causing that damage. So for a synergy to be really built, we need, government need to do it. A lot of corporate bodies need to also join government to educate the people in the environment they need for us to really take care of our ecosystem so that we will all benefit from it. Because if we destroy it, it will affect all of us. But where we all join hands to build it, we all live to benefit from it at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's microphone move within the audience because we also get reactions from the audience. Before I come to the audience, I'd like to ask Professor Moore whether you think that we need to have another level of regulatory agency over the current regulatory agencies. Do you think that is something really not right for them, in what they're doing, to properly regulate the subsector and ensure that the existing laws are properly implemented to ensure that the environment is not continually degraded and destroyed?
Thank you. Let me just start by lending a voice to what my co-discussant talked about earlier. You see, the reserves, parks, offer aesthetic values to man. And that is why you see the beautification. Wow, this is beautiful. And most times we want to go relax under such natural, environment, which not just offers that aesthetic value, but even some spiritual and inspirational value. I, as an individual, as a researcher, most times when I want to do some serious academic work, I look for a natural environment, a place that is close to nature, because a lot of inspirations that come with, you see the birds, singing and, cool breeze and there, about a lot of inspirations, come with that. I'm also told that some of the poets and musicians, most times they derive inspiration when they exclude themselves to such natural, environment. So creating parks like we had before is something that is worthwhile, offering us not just that aesthetics, but that spiritual satisfaction, not just that, even economic gains come with it. Many people are employed to work in this park because even those of you who go to a church, they say the Bible, my people perish for lack of what? Knowledge. But I want to also differ that in most cases, we know the consequences, but out of greed, we know the consequences of our actions. We are seeing it being made manifest, but unfortunately, out of greed, that makes us do certain things we do. In as much as I'm not disputing the fact that there is need for us to sensitize people, create more education and awareness, there is also need for us to conscientize ourselves on the need for us to watch what we do. Those who are doing those activities, they are seeing the consequences and they know that this is bad. But because of selfishness, because of greed, they continue to do it. Most times, say the road collapses. Nobody passes. Traffic is built up. They know it, but they continue to do. There is need for us to search our conscience. That's why I say most times we have private gains, but public disaster. They are gaining from their pocket, but disaster is being faced by all of us. Back to your question. You see, the regulatory agencies put in place by the government very much adequate. All the regulations, government has beautiful regulations, beautiful policies, beautiful principles. The problem is with the implementation of these policies or these programs of government. So if for me to say no, we have to get another one after NESRA, we have the Ministry of Environment, Regulatory Agency, we have the DPR, we have the NOSRA, and you just name them. Even NESRA, as the case may be. But the point is that what? There is need for implementation, and most of these agencies, in all fairness to some of them, they are not properly funded by the government. So there's no point creating more ones when the ones we have are grossly underfunded. You see, most times you want to do some environmental studies, you need regulatory agencies to monitor you, DPR, Federal Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Environment. There is no equipment, no vehicle for them to move. Oh, we have inadequate manpower. DPR says, I want to do this. The manpower is not there. Oh, Ministry of Environment wants to, there is no resource, no fund made available for them. They fall back on the people that are supposed to monitor, to provide such resources for them, provide logistics, and of course, the man who pays the piper, they tells the tune. So what am I trying to say in effect that there is no need for creation of more regulatory agencies. The ones who have on ground are very much adequate. All that is required is for government to properly fund these agencies of theirs, and for people, because they cannot wipe us with whips or canes, for us to also see the need to conscientize ourselves. The regulatory agencies are there just to set standards. Let's go beyond, obeying laws. Let's go beyond compliance for the sake of legality, but having integrity to be able to do that which is right, even when nobody monitors you. No need for more creation. That's my take.
Thank you very much. I would like to get reactions from the audience. If you are willing to also participate, contribute to the discussion on the panel, please indicate. The microphone will get to you, and you just do your contribution briefly. We'd like to know your name and your contribution, sir.
His Royal Majesty Eze Levi Igbonna. If I had properly, no problem could be properly solved without locating the source of the problem, as the professor has said. If you attack any problem from the surface, the tendency for recurrence is inevitable. Secondly, we are talking about illegal refineries as a source of pollution, and the shoot, all of us have been crying. Some time ago, the vice president of this nation visited Rivers State, if I'm not mistaken, and promised there should be modular refineries. How many are provided in Niger Delta? For us to check the illegal refineries that are contributing to the damage to our ecosystem. Proper education, yes. If people are not well educated, they may not know the damages caused by their actions or inactions. Number one, let us check what happened, the agencies that are already existing. What are they doing to create this education system, to educate people on a regular basis? How many times do they go to the communities to enlighten people on the danger involved in what they are doing? on regular basis. You're talking about funding. If the funding is made available, how is it applied? Is it for private pockets or for public use? I think we should address these things properly so that we should not be our own problem in solving more problems. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please indicate so that we know how to get to you.
I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Evon Modoc. Mine is a little bringing this issue back home. We want us to leave this place with a lesson. We're giving examples of industrial activities, dredging. None of us here is a dredger. We feel exonerated. We talked about putting effluents in the sea. None of us here have companies that produce effluents. So we feel, we've come here to hear stories. But if we localize it to ourselves, what is those practices that we do that endanger our environment? Let's talk about plastics. Plastics is a key issue in our environment today. Look at the flooding in Port Harcourt. Most are caused by plastics. How do we react to plastics management, plastics disposals? We are all guilty. All these bottles, we put them everywhere, put them in gutters, put them on the roads. Sachet water, like the little boys and girls who came to be with us today. They may not live here without knowing why they came here, because we're talking about abstract things they read and cram. But let's tell them what they do, what they are guilty of, that they are contributing to this whole menace, and then we may have put some lessons on the table. I visited a couple of countries where you go there, you want to shop. After shopping, they ask you, do you need a plastic bag? And if you say yes, they say pay. You may be restrained, but here, we'll give you more, double it for me, triple it for me, and then for free. So I will dispose it everywhere. Some countries, they don't use plastics. There's a law, no plastics, biodegradable packaging materials. So let's get to where we can take home something from there. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to the panel, please. And we'd like to take the concluding thoughts. Okay, one more person from the audience.
The last, yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, NDIC management, NDDC management, and the people in charge of this seminar. We have had enough of the pollution, and I want to find out something that has already been done or about to be done. One, the influence from Indorama, from the refinery, from Notary, from a fertilizer, and these are deadly, seriously deadly pollution. And these companies and the hazards having been noticed for years and continuously. We have been talking about now, that's one of the reasons why I came here, is just to find out what really went wrong. For instance, the communities around that area, Eleme, for instance, Okrika, and the other communities, people are dying in their minutes because of this pollution. The water they drink is not treated. In fact, there's no water. If you have a borehole, the borehole, you are actually drinking oil or some of these products they use is what you're drinking. And the natives are not fully aware of what is happening. Again, I want to find out, because some of these things are happening and taking place unabated. We cannot deny the fact that this issue of bottleneck, hold up, around Akpajo through to the Eleme and to the refinery and One. This has been on for years, more than 20 years. if not up to 30 years. Does it mean those in charge, management of government, does it mean the companies involved around that area do not see what is happening? Sometimes if you are held up their estate to the following morning, it has happened to me. Now, these are the issues. We are talking about economic economies of the area. When people spend the whole time in a hold-up, what type of economy are we discussing? And so I want to find out what can be done. The rhetoric is too much. What can be done? Because this is constant. It's a continuous one. What will it do? At the mangrove side, I'm from Okrika. When I was young, I only go to the water side, dive, bring out a bottle, and then pour. I would have enough fish to sell to help me in my schooling. Today, if you make that attempt, you are dead. You are dead. So I'm appealing. I don't know. We've had this NDDC for a long time. And my understanding was that this NDDC, Niger Delta Commission, came into being to help us, to reduce our suffering, to help us to be able to help in our economic system, the degrading system. No fisherman. Today, all the fishermen in my area are all, they can't go to anywhere. There's no fish.
Conclude, sir.
So furthermore, they want to go further, but all I'm trying to find out is what should be done in the academic, in government, and in the NDDC.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank
okay,
you
we'll come
much.
back to the panel, and the panelists will bear their concluding thoughts on what has been discussed. I like Associate Prof. Ngerbara to say in 5 seconds, capturing a bit of what the chief has mentioned, how some of these agitations can be addressed to recover our ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think a lot has been said over the years. I would suggest that at the end of this meeting, of this discussion, of this program, NDDC should be able to put a position paper. Good enough, the person representing us in the House of Assembly is also here. Something that should be presented to government, which NDDC itself should also take it up to work, so that we can achieve certain things out of what we're talking about. So many things are on ground. Let it not be rhetorics only. Things have to be handled. Even if it is one achieved per year is something. That's my take.
Your last thought on what we have discussed so far.
My last thought here goes this way. The government has its role to play. Corporate organizations have their roles to play. You and I as individuals have our roles to play in order to conserve our environment, protect our environment, conserve resources, and of course, restore our fast degrading ecosystems. Like what the chief rightly observed, it is important that people should look beyond self. Most of these problems you have highlighted here arise as a result of selfishness and greed on the part of individuals and organizations that do activities within there. Many organizations have been involved in effluent monitoring, environmental monitoring. I know of a colleague of mine in Notore who has been assigned to do more of environmental monitoring within Notore, and some other companies are operating around there. There is need for government to also do compliance monitoring to see to what extent are these companies operating within these regions complying with the set regulations, because I know regulations are there. There are government land use planning in River State, using our state as a case in point. To what extent are we implementing the land use plans? We are talking about ecosystem duration, not forgetting even the flood. We're in the season. In the next few weeks now, you see some places already packing out because of flood. If the land use plan are implemented to the latter, some of the challenges wouldn't be there. Mbolu area has been no-go area for the past 2-3 years. The area that was mapped out as wasteland for flood business, as the case may be, have been sold and built up. Is it the government? Yeah, government committed in approving the plans. Sometimes most of those plans are not approved. We buy, we sell. So that's why from the onset, we said there is need for synergy. There is need for us to see these as collaborative efforts. You play a role, I play my role, and that is one of the ways we can restore our ecosystem and protect our environment. All hands must be on deck, not government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the end of this interactive panel discussion. We'd like to say thank you to Associate Professor Ngerbara for being part of this panel discussion, and also thank you to Professor Moore. And from me, Taman Barabi Ibluwo, I say thank you.
Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Quickly, let me invite the two schools. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the students before us, they have exhibitions to make. I just want to give them 2 minutes each, and a participant over there who also has exhibition to make on biogas, 2 minutes each for us to see what they have, what they can do, and what they are already doing. Thereafter, we'll go for lunch. Please. Prof, there is lunch. I don't want you to miss it. Please, please. It's time for lunch, but let's just give them these 2 minutes for this exhibition. Thereafter, we'll go for lunch. We have less than 30 minutes to leave this place. Please, Your Highness, it's almost time for lunch. Prof, if you don't mind, just wait. It's time for lunch, please. Who is talking? You have 2 minutes for this exhibition, please.
On the existing protocol, I remain Ogotoma Kenneth of Government Craft Development Center, Port Harcourt. To further prove to you all that ecosystem restoration is not a mirage, it's possible, we, the students of Craft Center, we're able to use some waste materials in our environment to produce useful things, such as an excavator, a Hummer Jeep, essential male and female wears, boreholes, artistic portraits, environmental alarm system, pumping machine, buildings, and many more. You can see things for yourself, and my crew here will show you and display how the things work. This is an environmental alarm system. Why this is the excavator? It's made out of industrial and environmental waste. Why this was done during the commissioning of our school. Why you can see the look at the female and male wears. It's made out of waste materials from clothing. The clothing is called patchwork because it's made out of different materials.
All this can attest that anything in the environment can be used and recycled for more use, can be recycled. Any waste in the environment can be recycled for proper use. This can attest when we are talking about any waste in the environment can be recycled for proper use.
All this shows that every waste and things in our environment can be recycled for proper use. Rather than to dump it around and spoil the environment, if it's recycled, it will help in the restoration of our ecosystem. This is an artistic portrait. It's made by our students in Craft Center.
Give him to explain the portrait.
The portrait over my left here is showing a Niger Delta woman. She was affected by environmental degradation, but due to the processes which the government are making to restore the environment, which is the environmental restoration, the woman here, she was affected by the water which she drank, maybe from the local streams or rivers. But now here, because of the environmental restoration, she is now healthy with a little baby on her back. Then over my left here, the artwork here shows a Niger Delta woman and the African mother. Here shows her, the woman breastfeeding her little baby. And this work was done by some pieces of rejected wood from the carpenter's workshop. So this shows that the waste in our environment can be transformed to useful things which could be valuable.
Good day, everyone. This is called, here is called a bomber jacket. Men looking at it, you will see that it is made of different fabrics. These are little fabrics that are meant to be wasted in fashion homes. So instead of being wasted and trashing them, and we all know that trashing them also contributes in polluting our environment. So instead of trashing them, we collected them all together, joined them, and make something beautiful that is useful in our environment instead of trashing them to pollute our environment. Thanks.
Please, a round of applause for these students. Who again?
Good day, everyone. My name is Joshua Philip Jumbo, and this is a very beautiful house. Here we can see the swimming pool, you can see the parlor, you can see the flowers, you can see the grasses all decorated. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. This is just water pump. This is the engine. This is the reservoir. So there's a DC motor in here. When the thing rotates, we rotate the water into the reservoir. When the reservoir is filled up, we will all send them down to the rest ones. Then if you need look, this is the output, this is the input. So if you want to store them or you want to return them back, we have to raise this one. Then after that, we'll power it again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud the students. It won't be bad if we encourage them in the course of their training. Let's encourage them to be empowered in this regard. They are students from Government Craft Center. Let's appreciate them. Let's encourage them in the course of their training. Lastly, let me give this mic to the biogas man, who will also make his presentations.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wingbo Tangod. Talking about biogas. We have bigger systems, but since we can't carry it down here, we have to come with this little one here. So in biogas, we convert waste to wealth. We turn you can make your sockaway, your feces in sockaway to produce gas, and the gas can be used to power generator, can be used to cook in the kitchen as well. Okay, look at this. This is gas made from grass. This is the grass you all know. Sorry, sir. The grass on the field and cow dung is right in here. We power. We generated energy, that's biogas that can be used to power. Please ignite it. You can see it's burning. Press the this. You can see it's burning with blue flame. So with this, you can cook. With this, you can power a generator with the help of this. This is called dual fuel carburetor. And with the dual fuel carburetor, you can power your generator using biogas or using LPG, liquefied petroleum gas. So currently, we have two systems for your sockaway. We can make your sockaway, that's your sewage system, to produce gas for both cooking in your house and for powering your generator. Then we have another pattern of sockaway, we call it the biodigester toilet, where we produce, we install bacteria that eat your feces, and the byproduct of the feces that goes into the system is water. So instead of sucking it, you just think about it because the byproduct of it is water. So from year to year, over 20, 30 years, you will never think of evacuating it because everything turns back to organic water that comes out of it. So this is biogas, ladies and gentlemen. It helps to, with this, we're actually solving the climate change problem and making our environment clean because we don't believe that there's anything called waste. Also, we are also into pyrolysis, where we'll melt plastics to produce gas, diesel, kerosene, and all of that. Even your motor tire, with the motor tire, under pyrolysis, we'll make your motor produce black oil, diesel, kerosene, and iron comes out of it. So nothing is a waste anymore. Everything called waste is now being useful with this technology. If you want to know more, because of time, our stand is at the back. Maybe after the program, you can meet with us. I'll give you our flyers. Our numbers are there. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and visit their stands and encourage them. Thank you. Who?
Good day, my co-audience. I am Aglo Jagozeri Benson from Government Technical College, Port Harcourt, River State. I'm here to present a project done by us. You can see it. So this is a demo building. This is a bungalow with 3 rooms, a kitchen, and the toilet, 2 toilets. Also a complex, a plaza, a shopping plaza, and also the gatehouse, the tank and the tank stand holding it, the tank, and also the generator house, the soccerway, and the car park, also the walkway. These were all done by me. So I want to call on my co-audience so that they can come on my stand, see me doing this. So this was done by me under 2 days. It was constructed under 2 days. So this is it. You can see it. You can come to my support of this. I made this. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Wisdom Friday. I don't want to waste much time. I just want to go straight to my presentation. Actually, I made this due to the emotion we're having today on the ecosystem. When they told us about that we will be coming for the ecosystem, I had a thought about what I'm going to do. So though we didn't do much, I didn't do much, I just specialized in doing this stuff, this fisherman on the boat. Right, looking at it, you could tell that is a fisherman on the boat coming back on the haunts of fishes. And yes, earlier today, so one of the directors talked about fish, farm fishing. And if you want to refer to that in our ecosystem, you find out that in the rivers, Nigeria, you find out there are men who feed from farm fishing. They use that to feed their families. They feed from that. They use that to pay their families, their children's school fees. And with what has been happening so far in our ecosystem, you find out that those rivers has been polluted, and those men, they don't longer farm again, just as it was being said earlier today. So when I had a thought of mine, that's why I made all this. I just made the fishermen. You could see these are rivermen that always like going for fishing, as you can see. So I made this out of waste. It didn't cost me any money just to gather some waste and just to produce this. And also, help me with this. I have with me here a flower vase. Looking at it, besides, if you come to my house and then you see this on my dining table, you know that is a verse, but I would like to tell you the content, or rather what it's been made of. Rather, all you're seeing here is being made from waste. Having with me here is a plastic cup, the one we call takeaway, the one we normally use in drinking wines and all of that. You just have to compile them together, join them, stick them together, paint them, and make it beautiful. Then attach some flowers to it. And with this, we could probably convert waste to wealth. And with this, I think it will save much of our economic system. And please, with this, I would want you to come to a stand and consider much of our works. And I appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Prince Emmanuel Sebastian, and with me here are my works. As you can see, this is a flower vase decorated with flower. I made them out of straw. If you can come closer, you can see them. They are made of straws and papers. I didn't cut much to do that, and this one is made of a tissue paper soaked with water and gum, and I used it to make a shark with the bubbles and the waves of the water. And these flowers, as you can see, they are decorated with beautiful colors. But if the ecosystem is a mirage, as you say, you cannot see something like this. So I urge the NDDCs to make this place a better place to find such a flowers. Thank you.
A round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you. Please, let's encourage them. Let's try and visit their stands before we leave. The two schools, let's try and visit their stands before we leave. May I quickly invite the MD of Schoolpex, Dr. Justin Akankali, to wrap up the interactive and panel session. Thereafter, the communique will be presented. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand on existing protocol to thank you once more for having the patience to stay through this time. Even for those that have gone, I also thank them in absentia. The fact that you stayed till this moment means that you love the environment, you want to preserve it and conserve it. So I think even though you are eating, we should applaud ourselves. Thank you. I was actually supposed to present a paper. If you look at the program, sources and effects of marine litter on the Niger Delta environment. But I think that should wait for the next World Environment Day because we are really, really pressed for time. I promise you that God keeping us alive, the next World Environment Day, I'll be doing a paper like that, and we'll sure it comes up on time. Thank God it's a decade for restoration, so it's still relevant. I want to let you know that we have had a full dose of activities today, and it is intentional because this happens once in a year. But it didn't just start today. This program we are witnessing, it actually started on Saturday. We had a friendly football match at Ignatius Ajuri University between the university team and a football academy called Santos. We purposely brought in the youth of that age bracket to be able to expose them to issues of environmental conservation and restoration. Just yesterday, we had another set of programs. We had what we call it tree planting, where we had a technical presentation also, and a couple of trees were planted, all in a bid to encourage us to be involved in issues of environmental restoration. We also went ahead to visit Port Harcourt Tourist Beach, where we had the beach cleaned, and there were also some symbolic cleaning by the NDDC officials, and very massive, what we call low technology marine litter equipment were delivered free of charge to the management of the beach and the community and other stakeholders there as a means of encouraging cleaning up the aquatic environment. Here we are today. You have had technical sections. You have had goodwill messages. You've also had panel discussion and interactive section. And I think most delightful, you've had these exhibitions. I think our young ones are really ahead of us. And what I saw here today gladdened my heart, and I believe you all, you were also gladdened. I want us to applaud the young ones, please. And I want to encourage, I will be talking with the NDDC, and I want to encourage them that these exhibits that were shown here today
we should find a way to ensure that they are encouraged. Let it not end with the fact that we appreciate what they have shown us. Having said that, I want to let you know that I'm not giving a vote of thanks. Somebody is going to come and do that. But I want to say from the platform of our consulting firm, Scopex, and I'm the lead consultant, I want to appreciate the NDDC for giving us this opportunity to always do this with them. We have been doing it, and I believe, and you can attest to the fact that each year is getting better. And I believe that from henceforth, we are going to walk the talk. It's not just going to be talk, and at the end, we lay back. I thank you most sincerely. I want to appreciate the traditional rulers, especially Chief Allen Opujako and the wife, and Chief Charles Nwala, right? Chief Charles Nwala. They've stayed put. His Royal Majesty, Levi Ogbonna, has left, and the Eza Mechi has also gone. They stayed reasonably well. We want to thank you, sirs. And we believe that it's your love for the environment that has made you stay this long. I think we should applaud them also. Thank you very much. And I believe in the next 10 minutes, we should be leaving here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Austin. Let's applaud him, the lead consultant, Scopex. Thank you, and thank you. Quickly, let me invite Dr. Wafili Silvanus for the communique. A round of applause for him, please.
I stand on existing protocols. The communique. The World Environment Day dates back to 1974 to mark a day set aside to engage governments, businesses, organizations, and citizens to address environmental concerns. There is a yearly theme to mark the day. This year, the theme is ecosystem restoration. The theme is apt, given that every 3 seconds, the world loses enough forest equivalent to 1 hectare. About 50% of coral reefs are already lost, and 90% are likely to be lost by the year 2050. All these are exacerbated by rising global temperatures. This World Environment Day is sponsored by NDDC, held on the 29th of June 2021 at Arena Event Center, GRA, Port Harcourt. The event attracted participants from the academia, civil societies, regulatory institutions, communities, and other critical stakeholders. 2 technical papers were presented as follows. Number 1, Ecosystem Restoration, The Way Forward for the Niger Delta Region by Professor Neni Barini Zabi. And number 2, Restoration of the Niger Delta Oil Impacted Ecosystem, the Ogoni Cleanup as a Case Study by HIREP Coordinator, Professor Philip Shonwolo. The first paper emphasized that we have no option to protecting the environment because other species on Earth can live without humans, but we cannot live without them. The human causes of our ecosystem loss include pollution, unregulated exploitation, urbanization, dredging, and reclamation, invasive species, fragmentation and deforestation, and obnoxious fishing practices. The way forward. Unfortunately, Nigeria could not achieve the Aichi targets of 2020 for ecosystem restoration. So, we are to set our target now that we have a decade of restoration. Number 2, to galvanize stakeholders to generate baseline data on species in our ecosystem and deploy community science to ensure sustainability, that is, involving non-scientific scientist partners, that is, the natives, non-scientific communities, and other stakeholders in the collection of data. And then to incentivize ecosystem restoration with sustainable legislation and policies. The second paper on the restoration of the Niger Delta oil-impacted ecosystem, the Ogoni cleanup as a case study, was set up by the federal government to implement the UNEP report on environmental assessment of Ogoni land with respect to oil spills that ravaged the area over a long period of time. It was gazetted as establishment of hydrocarbon pollution remediation project, Federal Ministry of Environment Notice 2006, number 176, volume 103. The mandate was the environmental remediation of hydrocarbon impacted sites and restoration of livelihoods of the people of Ogoni. The project is currently intervening in remediations through cleanup of impacted sites, restoration of livelihoods to the people of Ogoni, public health, and mangrove restoration, among others. The prayers. Number 1, the NDDC as a major stakeholder was called upon to give slots to Niger Deltans in its scholarship scheme to study subjects like taxonomy and ecological engineering and other related courses. Number 2, that government should show commitment and involve the participation of communities and other relevant stakeholders to achieve success in the restoration of our ecosystem. Government is also called upon to take up environmental education awareness among stakeholders, especially our rural populations who depend on the ecosystem for sustenance. The discussants called for adequate funding of regulatory agencies to strengthen them in the pursuit of their missions and mandate. And finally, the need for proper environmental education to create awareness and conscientize Niger Deltans on the need for healthy environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Silvanus. Another round of applause for him. Thank you, and thank you, sir. That's the communique. I do hope that that communique will be made available to the press. Dr. Silvanus. Thank you very much. On that note, may I invite Mrs. Ino Ukbe for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody here present. We thank you so much for your time. We thank you for your attention. And most especially, we thank you for honoring us. It's been a pleasure. 3 days of activities, from the football match to the tree planting as well as cleaning the marine seaside by the tourist beach. We thank you, our royal fathers, who have honored us with your presence. We thank you, the interim administrator of NDDC, who gave us this opportunity to be here, recognizing with the rest of the world on the World Environment Day, though belated. We also want to thank the schools. You have given us your time by further educating us that though the environment is degraded, there is still hope for a better future, because you have shown from your products that all the materials that are wasted actually can be converted to wealth. And we have all seen that and has known that if we use biodegradable materials, it will further improve our health, our standard of living, as well as our lifestyles. Above all, I want to thank the directors of Niger Delta Development Commission. They have given us their time. They are our coordinators as they direct in all that we do. I wouldn't want to forget the other regulatory bodies who have accorded us their time. IPREB has really told us that they are doing a lot, though we have always believed to some extent that it is a mirage. But from the explanations today, we have seen that truly there is a lot to be done. It cannot be done in a day, but we believe that together it is really achievable. I also want to thank my able director and the staff of Environmental Protection and Control, Engineer Baker, who has stood with us, who has fought hard to make us understand that the environment is really where we ought to look at first. Because without us giving much to the environment by way of attention, our health will be in danger. Our lifestyles will be compromised. We know very well that the interventionist agencies are here with us. We still believe that our stakeholders and that they will continue to contribute and partner with us to make the Niger Delta region a better place. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. We pray and hope that we will see again next year for another World Environment Day. As we continue to restore the ecosystem, we are believing that next year it will be better. God bless you and safe joining.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Inogbe. Thank you, and thank you. The Interim Administrator, CEO, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I want to bring this event to a close today. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for listening. My name is Chukwu Sam. Please may we rise for closing prayers as I invite Mr.